Good morning, Satish.
Sir, sir.
Namaste, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, Dr. N.S. Satish.
Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, sir, we will start the session in another 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
The principal sir will join. Dr. B.G. Bhaskar sir will join.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Venkatesh Bidgiri. I have a session at 9:05. Presentation. Should I present or will the college be presenting on my behalf?
No, sir. No, sir. You have to present. We will let you know, sir.
Thank you.
Bhaskar sir, shall we start with the
Good morning, Professor Bhaskar.
Good morning. Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome
Thank
to you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
International conference. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for associating with us.
Thank you, Bhaskar.
Sir, shall I start?
Please go ahead.
Good morning to one and all. On behalf of Seshadripuram Educational Trust, I, Shruti C, Assistant Professor from Commerce and Management Department, deem it a great honor and privilege to extend a warm and hearty welcome to all for second day of a two-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference on revamping the future skills terrain, building world 5.0. Organized by Conference Committee and IQSC in association with Primax Foundation. I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. B.G. Bhaskara sir, for this session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Now we have with us very eminent and resourceful academician, Dr. P. Paramashivaya sir, who is currently working as Senior Professor and Chairman, Department of Studies and Research in Commerce, Tumkur University, Tumkur, and also working as Finance Officer of the University for second time. Sir has 28 years of experience who served as lecturer, senior skill lecturer, selection grade lecturer, and associate professor and professor. Sir also worked as in-charge vice chancellor, dean, syndicate member, academic council member, finance committee member, NAC coordinator. Sir has chaired many technical sessions. To name a few, recently chaired and attended on first international conference on modeling and forecasting global economic issues held at BITS Pilani, Dubai campus, UAE on November 16th and 17th, 2023, and also secured Best Paper Award for the paper entitled Role of Cervical Dimensions in Evaluating the Service Quality of the Fast Food Restaurants in India. Sir has also been published 16 books, 56 journals, 74 edited books, and he presented and participated in 129 national level conferences and 69 international level conferences. Sir, it's our honor and privilege to have you as a track chairperson for today's program. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. First of all, very good morning to all of you.
Morning, sir.
First of all, I am grateful to the management authority and also my close well-wisher since many years, Professor B.G. Bhaskar, for giving me an opportunity to share my views on today virtual multidisciplinary international conference on revamping the future skills terrain, building world 5.0. So the present business has been powered to change the face and genius of nations. Every bustle in the economy has a ripple effect, and during dealings, business segments are never missed in the present 21st century. The shift from mechanization to mass production, from automation to digitalization is being witnessed through the continuous phases of industrial revolution since last 100 years. These changes in business as well as banking detail trends in economy and functionary of the trends. In this regard, Seshadripuram College is organizing Industry Era 5.0 as its own charm, but to what extent it will prevail is what future has to decide. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, network, smart gadgets, and all influencers have to connect production to the ecosystem. Every segment in business is trying to optimize, and this has resulted in transitory trends in the commerce and management of business and also in all the business activities of the global world. The uncontrollable factors in business play a vital role in the controllable factors are getting challenging because today's newspaper will become tomorrow's waste papers. Unless and until we learn new things, which is going to be part and parcel of the business, it is going to be vanished. The business of business is to do the business with profit only. This conference in this attempt to learn the management skills and how the revamping the future skills terrain, because everything is going to take place in the most sophisticated manner, and there is no stop. Because extent has no holiday. Extent has no holiday. Today is Sunday, not like that. The general management of this session may be how education and skills pillars for making India Vikasit 2047, the skill capital of the world. Because today's newspaper in Times of India said maybe one more Satyam Nadella will come up in Bangalore in the short span of time. More startup companies are operating in Bangalore, and it's the fastest growing city compared to any part of the world. And also this green skills and green job is also one of the part of this session, how these skills are going to be taken place after the sustainable development goals, which are part and parcel of the entire global situation. And in the soft skills, hard skills, upskilling, reskilling, and also industry 5.0, we directly move to industry 1.0 to 5.0. We have started with industry 2.0. There is no 3.0. Directly we move to 4.0. Next, we are talking about 5.0. Skilling and reskilling and upskilling of the industry 5.0 is a part and parcel of the present situation to face uncertainties in the most combat manner. And innovation and disruption strategies for success. How this is going to take place, what may be the situation, because the present day management is full of uncertainties. We are having some skills. Maybe after the long, maybe you take the example of your college. He worked as a leadership skills. Bhaskar is having. He worked as the association president of Bangalore City Commerce Teachers Association, Federation of Commerce and Management Teachers Association, and he's having the skills of management skills, how to deal with the higher ups for our problems and solution. Because developing a set of managerial skills can help the successful in these responsibilities of the organization. We are having skills of various things, because when we are going to talk about hard skills and soft skills, it is technical skills and also important management skills are becoming leadership skills are going to be making the happening of the things like decisiveness, like dependability, like conflict resolution, like constructive criticism, like delegating skill, like empathy, like empowerment, like integrity, like mentoring, like motivating, like relationship management, like task delegation, like team building, like commitment, adaptability, brainstorming, business development, conflict resolution, critical thinking, decision making, flexibility, logical thinking, problem solving, strategic thinking, all these skills, because now it is going to be one of the very important things, which is the active listening. Management requires active listening, because the active listening itself solves many problems. Collaboration, building relationship with superiors, subordinates, stakeholders, interpersonal communication, interviewing skills, negotiation skills, public speaking skills, verbal communication skills, and tackling of the problems of the organization skills like office management skills, like deadline management skills to finish the unfinished task as early as possible, event coordination of the organization, filing of the things which is going to take place, project management skills, and we talk about time management skills. There are so many skills. I think this today's session will have the opportunities to speak, to learn new things, because we are going to be active listeners for the international conference, so that we are going to learn some new things, which is going to be part and parcel of the outcome of this two international conference. I am grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity, especially Professor B.G. Bhaskar for to speak some few words. I will request the madam to go ahead with the Shruti. I think 13 paper presenters are going to present their views, maybe starting from I think the one V.R. Bettigeri, Parimala, and also some of the paper presenters, they are talking about wealth management, and some of the paper presenters are talking about green management. All these things are becoming the part and parcel of the paper presenters, which is very important from the point of understanding how the things are going to take place in the future world skills, which is one of the very biggest problem of challenge in the present situation. Because when we are going to talk about like some of the papers related to market hypothesis of stock splits, people are expected maybe another by December, Indian census crosses 1 lakh. Indian census crosses 1 lakh, and maybe the gold prices will also cross us 1 lakh. That may be things which are going to take place. And I think these three paper presenters have thrown a light on various issues concerning of the revamping the future skills terrain, how the building future building for the 5.0. Because just I have given one of the example when I visited Cambridge University and Oxford University in England in 2018. Some of the paper presenters have talked about sustainable development and also the role of conflict management in decisionness. And one of the economic professor from Switzerland has presented the views on the reskilling and upskilling of the younger generation, because in a country like a 144 crore population, we are having around 68 crore population less than 30 years age, less than 30 years. When we are going to talk about demographic dividend like India, it is we are having around 78% of the demographic dividend compared to American population of 32 crores, it is around 19%. Japan population 11 crores, it is around 18%. Pakistan population 22 crores, it is around 8.5%. England population 9 crores, it is the demographic dividend is around 14%. If you take the example of the entire European continent, around 46 crores, the demographic dividend is less than 19%. All these issues which are very important from the point of understanding of the skills which is going to take place. Once again, thank you very much for Shesharipuram College for giving me an opportunity to share my views. I'll request the concerned Madam Shruti to take over these and ask the paper presenters to present your views, just your presentation on objectives, methodology, analysis, and interpretation. So you must give something in everything forum. You must give something in everything forum. Don't take everything in something forum. So you have to give it, take these views. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs and insights. So we will now start with the day 2, track 3 presentations. We would request the speakers to limit their presentation within 7 minutes, 5 plus 2, and kindly adhere to the time schedule. So I would like to introduce our first presenter, Venkatesh R. Betagiri, who is presenting the paper on rhythmic breathing, the right way to breathe all the time. Sir, over to you, sir. Venkatesh, sir, you can share the screen now.
Good morning to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can
Okay.
share the screen, sir.
Right. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Right.
Sir, you are not audible, sir. You have shared the screen, but your voice is not audible, sir. Venkatesh, sir. Venkatesh, sir, can you hear me?
Due to something.
Due to some technical glitches, we are moving. Sir, you are there, Venkatesh, sir?
Yeah, there was a Wi-Fi problem. Power failed just now.
Okay.
Very sorry for this.
Fine, sir.
Right. Can I start?
Yes, sir. You share the
Yeah.
screen and start.
Yes. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Yeah. Good morning to all of you. We are talking about the world platform. I have got data right up to 2019, but here it is just an example that in 1990, this many number of deaths, the percentage of death of the out of the total population due to disease, only due to disease, not due to accidents or crime, this only due to disease is 0.0838. In 1991, it has increased to 0.084. In this manner, it has kept on increasing year after year, and this percentage may appear small. This percentage may appear small, but the number of deaths is huge, and this is a huge loss to society, having this many deaths due to disease. So, are there any methods to stop this, to prevent this? Yes, there are very popular methods like the gymnasium. Then we have our own method from India, the common yoga protocol, which is now going to be again shared with the world on 21st of June. And there is one more method which we have thought of including, which is refining breathing exercises. We are considering these three methods. There are many more methods, but these are two most popular methods and one unknown method which I am going to discuss in today's presentation. So what are the objectives of the study? We have to find out among these three best, which is the best method for preventing disease, so that the world society does not have such a huge cost. And from this best method, we have to see whether we can add some principles of life. Meaning, if the principles of life are added to the method, then the method becomes more powerful. That is the intention. So now for this research, I have developed a particular framework wherein we are going to analyze the method based on these 5 criteria. So time required will be measured in terms of minutes per day, and the effort required will be measured in terms of calories burnt per day, and the cost borne, what is the cost involved in per day in using the particular method. Then what is the condition of the mind if after doing the after using the method, if the mind is tired, then it will require beverages to freshen up. So the number of beverages that a person consumes may indicate the condition of the mind, and condition of the body is indicated after using this method by how much sleep is required by the body to recover from the method. So these are the various parameters, and the methodology used was to conduct informal interviews to find out the local people in the locality who are practicing these methods. After finding out these results of these methods, these three methods. Then we shared a structured questionnaire for which the answers were analyzed. The findings are as such. For methods of gymnasium, the duration is around 103 days. Excuse me, I'm very sorry. 103 minutes per day. Then for the common yoga protocol, it works out to 77 minutes per day. And refining exercises works out to 14 minutes per day. So this is the graph for that. Then for the calories burnt, as you can see, the per day calories burnt means for if you do the particular method for 1 day, the calories burnt are 120. But if you work out per minute, when we divide 120 by the number of minutes taken to burn this many calories, it works out to 1.17. Whereas in the case of common yoga protocol, the information that the questionnaire revealed was some abnormal value, so that has been ignored. And in the case of refining exercises, though it appears that per day only 62 calories are burnt, but when you work out on a per minute basis, it works out to a large number of 4.43 calories per minute. Then similarly for cost method, I mean to say cost of the method per participant, it works per minute basis, it works out to 0.86. And in case of common yoga protocol, as you can see, the lowest is in the case of refining exercises, because refining exercises requires only 14 minutes. That's why the cost is very, very low.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you
Yes,
move the
please.
slides to your presentation, sir?
I didn't get you.
Can you change your slides, sir? Because you are still in first slide.
Okay, slides are changing.
No, sir, it's not.
I didn't get. I didn't get it. 1 minute.
Can you move the slides here on the left? It is visible, or you can you on the slide share mode?
Yeah, it is on slideshare mode.
Okay, it is still in first page. So can you move?
Oh, okay. Do I have to leave the meeting and join again?
Sorry, sir.
I don't get it because I'm able to see the screen changing.
Okay, okay. Please continue your presentation, sir.
Okay, okay. So also we to measure the I mean to say to measure the tiredness of the mind, the condition of the mind, more number of cups of tea tea or beverages is required when we do the gymnasium. And as you can see in the case of refining exercises, no, people may not consume tea also, because the refining exercises keeps one person fresh. That's what the questionnaire revealed. Then we have this, now coming to the second objective, we have to develop the principles of life. If this is, we have come to the conclusion that refining exercises on all the 5 parameters is the best method for a human being. And if that is the case, then can it be connected with principles of life? What I mean by principles of life, a newborn baby, when it is just born, it breathes. If it doesn't breathe, it dies, isn't it? So the newborn baby is known to breathe at 36 breaths per minute for the first 9 months. So this is the
Sir,
gift of nature.
sir, can you please conclude your presentation as the time limit is over beyond 6 minutes?
Okay. So coming to the conclusion, we have this this conference is on upskilling, developing the skills for World 5.0, and for this, fitness is very, very important. As we can see, the present condition, there are so many deaths due to disease. Fitness, if we have proper fitness, then we are going to enjoy this new revolution that is going to take place in the world. And for this, out-of-box solution is required. And it appears that with the limited study that we have done, it appears that refining exercises is a promising candidate. And however, larger studies are required, and also statistically validated studies are required before this can be used by the masses. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I'm sorry if the screen sharing has not happened properly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights. Now I just call the next presenter, Paramila S. and Dr. Anna Durai. Parimala ma'am, are you there? Parimala ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm sharing the screen.
Okay, ma'am, okay.
Ma'am, is the screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. Go ahead with the presentation, ma'am.
Okay. Happy morning to one and all. I am Parimala, working as an assistant professor in CMS Jain deemed to be university and come as a research scholar in Lagappa University. And my co-author is my guide, Dr. Anna Durai. Okay. My topic is all about gender disparities in investment attitudes among IT employees in Bangalore. It's a comparative study. Yes. When it comes to Bangalore, Bangalore is also known as a Silicon City, where we can find around 67,000 IT hubs, and where the people are working there. The stat says in 2023, around 2.8 million people are working in IT industry. So the main point is that the people who are all working, and we know that the people who are all working in IT industry, they are getting a more salary. So on our average, they are getting a 12 LPA. So now, after taking the salary, how many people are really making an investment? That is my study. So, like we can find that many male people are working and female people are working over there. So I wanted to know, my study wanted to know how many people are doing a good investment, good saving. That is all about my study. And the main objective of the studies are to analyze how gender impacts investment attitudes among IT employees in Bangalore by studying their perception of risk. And the second study objective is that to assess how gender influences the investment preferences, whether the gender really influences the investment decision or not. That was my particular objective. And when it comes to my research methodology, I have taken as a random sampling method, and I have sent the questionnaire through email. Around my sample size is around 100 employees who is working only in the Bangalore IT company. And for analysis, I have taken a chi-square. In Excel, I have done this analysis. This is all about my research methodology. And when it comes to my finding says that male tend to take more risk. They are ready to take a high risk, and they are ready to taking a high risk by investing in the stocks and cryptocurrencies. But when it comes to a female who is working in IT industry, they are doing with a safer investment. They are choosing only a safer investment avenue, like they are going with a bond. They are going with a gold. So they don't want to take a higher risk when compared to the male. And here, male are generally more comfortable with taking a risk. Yes, male are okay with taking a risk, but when it comes to female, they are not okay. They are feeling uncomfortable by taking the high risk. So they are choosing only the like a safer zone of an investment avenue. And what is the influencing factor on their investment preference in the sense? The age. So the younger age is around the people who is working under 25. They are going with the high risk investment when compared to the 25 and 34 who prefer mutual funds. So here the young age people, they are going with a less investment, a less risk, and 25 to 34 they are going with a high risk investment. And here employment status also matters a lot when they are choosing the investment avenues. So here what my study says in the sense, the full-time employees who is working in IT industry, they are going with a diversified investment portfolio. That means that they are going with the stocks, they are going with the bonds, and they are going with the real estate. So they have a good portfolio. But the people who is working as a contract basis, they are choosing only a favorable one or two avenues. That's it. So that status also matters a lot. And experience also matters a lot. Through my studies, I came to know the people who is having the 10 years of experience, so they are taking a good risk takers. The people who are having a very fresher in IT, they are not going with that much of a high risk. They're going with a less preferred risk investment avenue. And decision making influence also matters a lot. Here, male always take a decision with a personal research. He will research which investment avenue is good, and he will go through the stock market, and he will be doing the investment avenue. When it comes to a female, she won't do any research in person. She'll be taking advice from the family or friends, and she will be taking a investment decision. And my suggestions for a policymakers in this particular investments concept. So gender inclusiveness should be there in the investment policies. That means that they have to develop a certain policies like which is good for women, which is good for male. Because in that we came to know, however, the woman is taking a less risk in the sense which avenue will be suitable for her. So by keeping in that mind, they can go ahead with that. And age-specific financial education is much needed. Yes, NEP says that we have to give a financial education and financial inclusive concepts, but how many people we are clearly telling to them, to the students? Because after the students only they'll be going to the IT employees. Because here financial education is must, because by that only they will be thinking about investment and saving furthermore. And here employment based financial support is also very much needed. So here we have to see that whether if you are a regular employee, then you can go with this particular investment avenue, or if you are a contract basis, then you will be earning this much per annum, then you can go with this particular avenues. Like this they can easily diversify, and they have to give the awareness about that. And experience level guidance is also much needed. Like if you're having a good experience, then you can put your avenues. You can choose the investment avenue as a cryptocurrency or a foreign exchange, anything such. Or if you're having a less experience, you can go with the which is a less risk. So this kind of a financial awareness, no matter whether it's the education institution or no matter NGOs, they have to bring up with such awareness. So these are all my suggestions. And thank you. Thank you to all the listeners and organizers. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Now I request Jyoti ma'am, Dr. Surabhi Kapoor to share the screen and start with the presentation.
Ma'am, am I clearly audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I'll just. Ma'am, it is showing I cannot present the screen because of another presentation. A presenter is sharing.
Okay, Parimala ma'am, you can
One
stop
second, ma'am.
the
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Jyoti ma'am, you can share the screen now.
Sure, ma'am. Just a second, please.
Sure.
Ma'am, was my screen visible to you?
Right now it is not visible, ma'am, but earlier it was.
Okay, so sorry, just give me a second. Actually, while I was speaking, just a second, please.
Okay, ma'am.
So sorry. Is it visible now and I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible as well as the screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll just start with the presentation.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jyoti. I'm a research scholar at Manovrishna International Institute of Research and Studies in School of Leadership and Management. My current paper, if I talk about unleashing the digital leadership in influencing employee performance and organizational success, is with my guide, Dr. Surbhi Kapoor, ma'am. So, starting down with the presentation of the same. So, when we talk about digital leadership, first and foremost important thing we need to understand that current landscape of digital world has evolved so much that in today's generation we all are evolving with the technology and the IT aspect of it. But what does that IT aspect means when we term across a digital leader, or when we talk about employees all across? An organization's ability to success completely depends on its human resource. What is actually human resource, or what are employees? They are basically the assets to the company rather than just being a source of productivity and profit. So digital leaders are basically those leaders that help you to draw strategic vision, competencies, and have those skills that have powered the digital technology and brought much more a guiding source or force to the organization, through which leaders come across with different sort of competitive advantage for their own industry and improves the performance as well as productivity and the overall output of the business. When we actually talk about digital transformation, it has become the current and the fast moving growth aspect in the whole world. The objective of my study was to actually investigate that how digital leadership have enhanced workers or employees performance and contributed to the overall success, for which I have followed the following methodology. When I go across the different literature reviews and came across the qualitative approach of leadership review literature review method, I found that in the today's era where everybody is actually talking about HR fraternity, or even the corporates are talking about that people's work can be how the work has to be into the future, what is the dynamic shift of changes in the work that have been there, that how digital awareness could be increased, because in today's world there are multi-generational workforce that is also mandatory, because every generation of workforce have a different need from their company and have a different requirement from their company. That is where companies need to understand that cultural shift needs to be there, and that could only be done by two aspects, two individuals, that is a leader and the another, that is employees. Moving ahead to, after going through a lot number of literature review, these are certain parameters that I have evaluated or found across that how digital leadership has impacted the area. First, when we talk about corporate organizational culture, when we talk about organizational culture, that basically means the attitude or the workplace where we are working, what is actually the conduct or the code of work level that we expect from our workplace in order to have better efficiency, in order to have better work standards, and more apart, it is basically the manifestation of the truth, or you could say the principles that we expect from our environment of workplace. So how digital leadership has affected it? Firstly, when we talk about use of technology will lead to have a better and a managed work environment, because your work culture, your corporate environment where you work 9 to 5 half of your day is mostly most important element, because there has to be a code of conduct and principles to proceed further. Moving ahead, that it will also enhance the organizational performance, because after modifying its culture, it will directly impact, because a leader will lead in such a way that it has actually bring a new platter or a new table, new opportunity to its employees. Because in today's world, when we talk about a digital leader or digital transformation, data plays a major role, and that will help you to analyze and gather information, even in terms of that how the market is working, how customers are working, how your competitors are actually working. And this digital transformation will help the digital leader to actually make a decision that whether its corporate practices are working as per the employee preference or customer preference. I hope I'm clearly audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the confirmation. Moving ahead with, by automation of taskings and the streamline of this process, it will help you actually being a digital leader. It will help you to utilize all sort of resources in a better and robust way, because directly or indirectly you will be saving the most three important resources, that is time, cost, and the human resource that is there into the available, that is there into your corporate world. Coming down to how digital leader lastly would impact the corporate culture. When you talk about real time communication, you and I, let's take an example. We are sitting at two different places and communicating right now. This is only and only possible because of a digital platform and a digital way in which we have actually enhanced our communication and collaboration to work further. Earlier, getting data was such a big task for the people. Researching was such a big thing because there was no real time communication or sharing of information, because digital communication was not such a great an expect. But later in moving of expanses, and now digital communication is quite more easier. Moving ahead with second aspect, that how it will enhance the employee productivity. When you talk about employee performance or employee productivity, it will help you out to know that which of the innovation has brought into your organization a better shift of working, and how it has enhanced the creativity in your organization. Increasing productivity, fostering the creativity in your workplace actually enhances the work performance of an employee, because they are more inclined towards maybe teamwork, having better feedback, enhancing their digital skills,
Madam,
maybe.
you just give the conclusion. You just give your conclusion of digital, how the impact of digital leadership in improving employee performance and business success.
Okay, sir. So, coming down to the conclusion, these are the three summative points that I have come across, that how digital leadership will have impacted the organizational culture, organizational success and employee productivity. Firstly, it will promote teamwork, which will enhance a better real-time communication with a supportive environment. Secondly, when I talk about the digital leadership will have shared, sir, are you saying
India,
something?
China, India, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan,
Hello.
India, Bhutan, India, Nepal, India, China,
Secondly, when we talk about digital
Europe.
landscape, the shift of digitalization has brought that it is a collective effort of a leader as well as employees to overcome all the barriers that we might have. The need to have better awareness, better, well planned things have to be there, involving their staff into the change of digital world, as well as investing into the development of skills. Thirdly, when I talk about digital leadership will enhance the productivity and attainment of business objectives just by modifying the business clarity, that what is actually required by your business. Third conclusion that I have drawn, it is a shared responsibility across the organizations, that where leaders have to address those barriers and have to come up with the skill development programs, or maybe the strategic alignment between employees as well as the digital world, that is basically the robot skills or maybe the new technologies that are evolving across. So this is the conclusion that I have drawn from analyzing that how digital leadership will impact the all across the employee performance as well as the organizational success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Paramashwar sir, is there any questions or can I move with the next presenter?
You are doing PhD or you are working as a faculty?
Sir, both the ways. I'm doing PhD also as a research scholar from Manavrishna, and I'm as well as a faculty at Rukmini Devi Institute of Advanced Studies.
Very nice. Your paper presentation, how the digital leadership is going to improve the productivity performance of the existing employees in the 21st century, which have the one of the cause of conflict with respect to the performance and business success. Your paper presented throw a light on success of the employees depends upon performance. Performance depends upon commitment. Commitment depends on objectives. Objectives depend on leadership quality. Leadership depends on success. I think your paper is a good paper, and you have to improve a lot with some primary data. Primary
Sure.
data. Primary data is more important to analyze. Suppose if I say your guide is good, you have to prove yourself. My guide is good with statistics figures. Thank you.
Sir, actually, I could not use the primary data over here because my PhD thesis is on somewhere across the same
All the best for your research. Thank you. Wish all the
Thank you
best.
so
Please,
much.
please, Charlie. Thank you. Go ahead, madam. Suti, madam.
Yes, yes. Now I call upon the next presenter, Shravya S. Shetty and Tanisha B. to present the paper.
Yes, ma'am. Let me share my screen. Ma'am, due to someone is screen sharing, I cannot share the screen.
Okay, we will be sharing the screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a minute, we will share your screen. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Regarding the PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
Shravya, ma'am, can you try now?
Yes, ma'am.
अरे यार PhD करना मुझे पता ही इसलिए हुई।
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Screen is visible, but I'm not able to see the PPT properly. Screen is visible.
Now?
No, you have to open the PPT. It is showing only the folder name.
I have opened the PPT, ma'am.
No, it is not able to see.
Can I share it again?
Yeah, you can end and again you can share it.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. First will be continued by Tanisha.
Okay.
So, good morning to one and all gathered here. I'm Tanisha with Shravya, and we are from Vivekananda Degree College, Putur. And we are here today to present a study on investment behavior of people with special reference to Putur Taluk. So, coming to the introduction, investment is done primarily to obtain an additional source of income or gain a profit that may be for short term or long term. Investment decisions may be taken by rational thinking, that is through analysis and interpretations, or irrational thinking, that is by the suggestions of other professionals or any other actions. Investment decisions are influenced by many of the financial and factors such as risk tolerance, market conditions, government policies, future needs and requirements. So it is influenced by behavior finance, which means it is influenced by human psychology and how they think and what are their perspectives towards investing. Coming to the key concepts, we have the investment is affected by cognitive biases. That is, it is due to psychological thinking that our own belief and our own perspectives are correct. And it is because of thinking that other people's success is due to their luck or due to their faith. It is because of blaming your luck on losses if you have committed any loss. Investment behavior is also affected by demographic factors like the characteristics of population where you live in. It is also very dependent on your thinking. Like if you are an irrational thinker, then you might think that it is because of others' influence. Feelings like fear, greed, it may also affect your investment decisions. Common behavior factors like risk aversion, that is, investors choose risk depending on the risk of the investment. Like few choose investment that is low risk and few choose investment that has high level of risk. Okay. So investment.
Tanisha, you are mute.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am, let me continue. So investment is purely a mind game. That is, it depends on purely on how a person thinks or what are his perspectives towards various investment avenues. Like it may be dependent upon factors like overconfidence, risk and loss tolerance level of a person, habit of seeking others' opinion, etc. So even people depend mainly on government policies. Like if they are investing in some of the government bonds, they think if it is profitable or not, or if it is investable or not. Coming to the objectives of a study include analyzing demographic and psychological factors, evaluating investment avenues, like different avenues which are available, and what kind of people go to which kind of investment avenues, assessing microeconomic variable impact, exploring information sources, examining government policies influence. Thank you. Further will be continued by Shravya.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm audible.
Shravya, you need to conclude within 2 minutes. It's already time is ahead.
Okay. We have collected primary data as well as secondary data. Primary data are collected through well-structured questionnaires. Next, data the data collected survey respondents collected only within a Putur taluk, and the investors are really less. The people prefer investing in stocks rather than any other investing instruments, with mutual funds benefiting from LPG or industrialization. In this sector, the investors are investing most. The factors influencing investment decisions include market conditions, future needs, education, and risk tolerance. The investors are investing for their future needs, education, and they're also ready to take the risk for their futures. Regular portfolio reviews are common, that is, it's a 50%, and 50% seek professional guidance, and 50% rely on investing knowledge. And other portions, that is 57.10%, rely on friends, family, and social media. They get influence from them and they invest on the stocks. Safety is a significant factor for investment. Next, suggestions. As we have seen in a Putur taluk itself, it's only 14 respondents. The investment options are available. Then also the investors are not investing. So we have to promote investment understanding in rural areas. Educate women on investment instruments. As we have seen, the females are very less and they are mostly investing in golds rather than other financial instruments. So that's why educating investment for women is important. Enhance investment knowledge dissemination. It's really required to improve the awareness for better financial decisions and for the less risk tolerance. Next, conclusion. by taking all the data and analysis, the research analysis that investment influence factors revealing males having more investing capacities than females, with females most in gold. Gens, that is younger generations, have high risk appetite and they particularly invest in the risky shares and stocks rather than other fixed one. The study explores government policies and regulations affecting in investment decisions. So this is the conclusion part. Thank you. And these are the references we have collected from various websites and journals. Thank you.
Thank you, Shravya. Paramashivai sir, is there any questions? Or can I move ahead with the next
Wait. I was study on investment behavior of people with reference to Putur Taluk. How many samples you have taken, madam?
We have collected only 14 respondents, ma'am. So,
But you have to give the investment behavior of people, means you have to give the various modes of the investment avenues.
yes, sir. We have given the investment avenues like golds, bonds. Sorry,
And
investing avenues, right?
each avenues, merits and demerits, you should explain. Because
Yes.
when the salaried people are going to give the investment avenues like ATC, LIC, insurance, public provident fund, mutual funds,
Yes,
tax saving schemes, so that you are going to give the complete picture of the investment avenues. What are the you take the example of the bank, post office, PLI. It is going to be duration of 15
Yes,
years. All these things you have to give it in the explanation. Then the research paper will be more meaningful for the presentation and other things. But still, you are studying or you are working as a faculty.
We are studying, sir.
No, we are studying. We are in second
We are
year now.
students.
You are
Like,
studying in which class?
second year,
In
BBA.
second year BBA.
BBA. Good. You are from Vivekananda College, Putur.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Wish you all the best. Thank you. You have attempted well.
Thank you.
Really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I go ahead with the next presenter?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now I just call upon Mr. Hemant J, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan AK to present the
Yes, madam.
paper.
Yes, madam.
Bhavana is not there, madam.
No, sir, just now we got a call that she's not presenting, it seems.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm audible, madam. Hello. I'm audible, madam.
yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Go ahead, Hemant.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Good morning.
Where is your guide?
Myself
Where is your guide?
Sir, he is under ODD, sir, on official on duty, sir.
Always he is busy. Lakshminarayana is always busy. You just inform him.
Yeah.
Paramshivaya has called.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Sure, sir. Myself, Hemantji, Research Scholar, Department of Management Studies, Visvesvaraya Technological University, Research Resource Center, Muddenhalli, Chikkalapura. Under the guidance of Dr. Lakshmi Narayanaki, Assistant Professor and Research Supervisor, Department of Management Studies, Visvesvaraya Technological University, Research Resource Center, Muddenhalli. And my title of the study is Navigating the Artificial Intelligence Revolution, Reskilling and Upskilling IT Talent for the Future Workforce. The main introduction point is, in today's fast-changing world, AI is transforming industries everywhere. This presentation explores why it's crucial to help IT workers learn new skills to keep up with artificial intelligence. By training them in the right areas, we are setting them up to succeed in the future where AI is big part of the job market, helping drive innovation along the way. The scope of the study, the study explores reskilling and upskilling the initiatives in IT, the AI revolution, focusing on how AI reshapes workforce roles and skill demands. The organization it analyzes the organization strategies, technological advancement, and industrial trends. Addressing these challenges and opportunities in the talent development, the research aims to provide insights and recommendations for the effectively reskilling IT professionals in the IT-driven environment. And the importance of this study is highlights the urgent need for reskilling and upskilling initiatives. It provides insight and practical recommendations for the organization to keep to AI-driven changes, ensuring that AI professionals are prepared for new roles and the new skill requirements. By addressing these challenges and opportunities, the research contributes to creating a future-ready IT workforce capable of leveraging AI technologies effectively. The objectives of the study is to gain the understanding of AI-driven, artificial-driven IT reskilling and upskilling. This objective stands for to understand the necessity and strategies for reskilling and upskilling for IT professionals in the response to transformative impact of our AI technology. And the second objective is to recognize the ethical considerations in artificial intelligence talent development strategies. This is focused on identifying and addressing ethical issues in the development of AI talent to ensure fair and responsible and equitable training and implementation of practices. And the third objective is investigate the collaboration strategies in artificial driven IT reskilling efforts. This objective aims to analyze effective collaboration method with artificial intelligence based IT reskilling endeavors, fostering the comprehensive approaches to meet evolving skill demands and technological advances. And there are 5 and 6 review of literature I already mentioned here related to my research topic. By 2024 to 2022, latest review of literature I collected and mentioned here. 2 slides in 6 related to my topic. Research gap is the research identifies gap in existing literature regards detailed implementation of strategies and ethical considerations and collaboration frameworks. And challenges in IT reskilling efforts aims the AI revolution, aiming to propose a comprehensive framework to address these deficiencies and enhance the talent development strategies in now artificial intelligence era. The statement of this problem is highlights the lack of detailed strategies for implementing and evaluating the artificial intelligence driven reskilling initiatives within organizations, along with the insufficient exploration of the ethical consideration, the collaboration frameworks and challenges in the IT development. This paper aims to fill these gaps by proposing the comprehensive framework for IT talent development in the context of AI revolution. The research methodology, this paper adopts a descriptive research approach aligned with its objectives. It primarily relies on secondary data source for gathering insights. The data collection involves reviewing existing literatures on AI-driven IT reskilling, analyze the case studies from the organization, and conduct interviews with industrial experts to gather the insight on talent development strategies and collaboration framework in the context of AI. The reskilling strategies for IT talent for the future focus.
Sir, can you please conclude the
Sure. Reskilling strategies and upskilling strategies and the challenges I already mentioned. Ethical consideration, the collaboration strategies. Then what the finding is. The paper explores AI effects on IT workflows, emphasizing the needs for reskilling and upskilling due to artificial intelligence integration and skill gaps in the data science. It underscores customized training, continuous learning. Continuous learning, ethical consideration, and the global collaboration. While future IT leaders must champion ethics and resilience with feedback loops for refining training program. And the suggestion of this research article is to improve training, gather feedback regularly from IT staff using surveys, discussions, and performance reviews, encourage the open communication and the value input from everyone involved, analyzing the feedback data to identify areas for improvement. Then conclusion of this paper is this paper highlights importance of the reskilling in the artificial intelligence for the IT workforce, emphasizing the continuous learning and collaboration alongside ethical consideration to navigate the AI era. And this is my paper presentation, sir. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity. This is my first international virtual conference. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful insights. Paramashivaya, sir. Is there any question, sir, for this presenter, or can I move to the next presenter? The next presenter is Anu B. Belgavi and Dr. T. Manjunatha.
Okay,
Very
okay,
good
go ahead.
Very good morning to everyone. So I'll be presenting the paper. Dr. T. Manjunath sir is my guide. Sir is not here for today, so I'll be doing the
Why
presentation.
is not here?
Sir had some work, so sir is in the college.
He's in Coimbatore University, is it right?
No, sir. VTU, sir.
Oh, Manjunath, from Davangere University. Convey my
Yes.
request to Davangere, Manjunath.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Paramshivaya, just inform me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure,
Where
sir.
are you working?
I am not working, sir. I am sir scholar. I am doing part-time PhD.
You are a full-time PhD scholar.
Part-time, sir.
Okay. Just give the importance of EMH, efficient market hypothesis, objectives, and also how it is going to impact on the Indian capital market. The face value is increased, or it may impact on Sensex crashes, etc. You just give the very important points.
Okay, sir. So shall I share the screen, sir? Actually, this paper, today what I have shared for this conference is a conceptual paper. I am at the starting stage of my research. So this is completely a conceptual analysis of EMH theory and the stock splits and how it has affected the share price.
Okay, go
Detailed
ahead.
analysis of the with the calculations, I have to do it, sir. So for today, I am sharing this.
Yes, go ahead.
So basically, what EMH is complete. EMH speaks about efficient market hypothesis. The theory speaks about how to get a return. Is a market efficient? So the theory has three forms. The founder of the theory, Pharma, says that in every stage, sorry, I think. Okay. This concept of efficient market hypothesis is being detailedly given by Pharma. So he says that nobody can make high returns in the market. So no matter what the market state is, it is very highly impossible to make abnormal returns from the market or extreme returns from the market. So Pharma has given three forms of efficient market hypothesis. So weak form, semi-strong form, and the strong form. When we speak about weak form, it says all the information, that is all the past data, is reflected on the share price. And the semi-strong form says past data with the publicly available information. So when we speak about publicly available information, all these are connected to our corporate actions, be it bonus issues, stock splits, or right issues. So stock split is a part of semi-strong form of market hypothesis. And when it is strong form, it says all the information which weak form and the semi-strong form covers, along with that, the insider information is also there, which will be reflecting in the share price. But in whatever the form it is, no individual or no investor can make abnormal returns, is what our EMH speaks about. So whatever the price at which the stock is traded in the stock exchange, it will cover all the informations, and nobody, irrespective of the information available to them, can make extra returns. So coming to the stock split, as I said, it is from the semi-strong form of EMH. What basically it means is it is nothing but a splitting of stock. So recently we have seen Canara Bank has split its stock. The face value of the stock gets reduced. The main purpose of us doing this stock split is just to increase the liquidity. There are few reasons for which it is done, but still the main reason or the main factor behind splitting of stocks is liquidity. And the split ratios can be like 2:1 or 3:1. It depends, but Canara Bank face value was 10. Now it has been reduced to 2. Split happened 1:5 if we go. So that is how the split has happened. And yeah, eventually there has been a raise in the share price of Canara Bank. I'm just speaking about Canara Bank because the split has happened on May 25th. So the objective of this study is, as I said, it's completely a conceptual analysis to understand the concept of efficient market hypothesis and its forms, to understand stock split as one of the corporate action which comes under semi-strong form of market hypothesis. So after understanding what stock split is and what efficient market hypothesis says and what it comes, so the overall understanding and the link to the share price, how it is connected. Here in the study, after doing multiple literature reviews, yes, each and every paper have taken.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you go for the conclusion? It's already time.
This slide is my concluding slide.
Okay, fine.
So after taking into consideration the conceptual understanding and few literature reviews, which has included the calculation part, the semi-strong form of market efficiency guides the security prices to react instantly to any new information. That is, for our study, we have taken it as stock split. There will be an instant reaction when the split happens. Either it can be positive or a negative. Stock split means it is again a subdivision, and here only benefit to the investor is the expensive share which is being traded at a higher prices will be available at a cheaper rate or a reasonable rate where a retail investor can pitch in and invest in the market. This is a overall observation and a conceptual analysis of EMH connected to stock splits. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
EMH is good. EMH is a way of increasing the liquidity position of the company. When you are going to take, majority of the companies are going for stock splits to increase the liquidity and also face value, to reduce the base value and also increase the number of equity shareholders. I hope this paper is going to throw a light on the landscape of Indian capital markets for Sensex improvement in Sensex points, and also face the retail existing investors face liquidity position is to be enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now the next presenter is Yogeshwari S. and Dr. H. Indu.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, ma'am, you share this. You can share.
Ma'am, is it visible? And am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible and audible too.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Good morning to all. I am Yogeshwari, pursuing PhD in education under the guidance of Dr. H. Hindu, Department of Education, Avinash Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Today, I am going to present a paper on exploring the enduring efficacy on Vedic mathematics to cultivate and enhance arithmetic prowess. Vedic mathematics is an ancient hidden treasure. It was rediscovered by Swami Bharati Krishna Tirtha Ji between the years 1911 to 1918. He has published his findings in the book Vedic Mathematics in the year 1957. And 1957, he was also called as the father of Vedic mathematics in the modern era. Vedic mathematics is mainly rooted in 16 main sutras and 13 sub-sutras. Using these sutras, mathematics can be made in more simplified form and various mathematical operations can be carried out, such as all mathematical operations, basic mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and even more complicated mathematical problems can be solved using this Vedic mathematics. This study is a systematic review of a literature, was identified relevant studies examining the impact of Vedic mathematics on students' mathematical achievement. This study includes diverse educational levels, methodologies, and participant demographics. And here are a few studies in which the researcher have reviewed few studies, and each study it depicts the importance of Vedic mathematics, and it gives the how Vedic mathematics is effective in computational speed, in mathematical achievement, and in improving the calculation speed of the students. Here, Smita, Barbara, and some of the researchers, they have found that mathematics is more effective in computational speed. And to say, Deepika in 2015, she has conducted an experimental study taking 108 students as samples from 8th standard, and she has found that Vedic mathematics is more effective than CAI, that is computer assisted instruction, and she has that is mainly it is used for low intelligence students. And a few more studies are also taken into account, and Vedic mathematics is useful for mental calculation, and it removes math anxiety, and is suitable for modern era. And they have also found that Vedic multiplication is more effective than the conventional method, and it is no significant gender wise. So these studies conclude that Vedic mathematics is very effective, and it increases self-efficacy among the students, and it is more effective when compared to the conventional method. So there are from these reviews, it is found that Vedic mathematics enhances enhances computational speed. Vedic mathematics techniques leads to improved computational speed among students, particularly in basic mathematical operations such as multiplication, squaring, finding cube root, finding square root, in all those and many other complicated mathematical operations. And Vedic mathematics, it improves mathematical achievement as Vedic mathematics contributes to enhanced mathematical achievement across various demographic groups, including gender, locality, and academic proficiency level. It also, Vedic mathematics fosters improved it is an effective teaching and learning approach as it improves the students' engagement, conceptual understanding, and attitude towards mathematics. Next slide. So Vedic mathematics, it has wide implications on the education system. By introducing Vedic mathematics in the present school curriculum, it carries several significant implications for both students and educators. It improves learning, improved learning experience. By incorporating Vedic mathematics, it can enhance the learning experience by offering alternative methods that help them to
Ma'am, can
learn
you please
in the
conclude as your time limit is over, ma'am? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So Vedic mathematics, it acts as it aids the mathematical problem solving and instills confidence. It creates, it helps the students to come out from the anxiety. Many students consider maths as an uh, uh, a boring subject, or they are very they are anxiety about that. And this Vedic mathematics will surely help them to come out of that anxiety and will create confidence and will help them to have good, will help them to solve the problems in a very easy and speed manner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Madam, is it Vedic mathematics and abacus is the same or different?
Different, sir.
Vedic mathematics is one of the very important tool which is used for increasing the memory of the by using
sir,
short formulas. Is it right?
Yes, sir. It
You are
improves
doing in the
memory,
same,
concentration.
You are doing in the same title of topic for the research.
Yes, sir.
What's your title?
Sir, effectiveness of Vedic mathematics amongst high school students.
What is your sample size?
Sample size is 180.
No. You have to take more sample. You have to take government
Sir,
school.
as this is an experimental study, I have taken only 180 students. But if it is a survey study, I could have taken more samples.
Experimental also, you have to take more, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I'll try to
take two types of the different schools: government school, private schools.
Yes, sir.
That's you are
Yes,
going
sir.
to
I've
get
taken government aided and private.
in-depth knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Dr. Archana Ambedkar and Rekha A are not presenting the paper.
Okay, madam.
Instead of that, there is another participant who is presenting, that is Bharat C and Jagannath sir.
Okay. Instead of Archana Ambedkar.
Instead of Archana Ambedkar, they are presenting another participant who is presenting, which is not there in the list, sir. So I'm just announcing their name.
Okay.
Bharat C and Jagannath, who is presenting the paper on fostering green growth through sustainable consumerism. Okay, sir.
Name of the paper presenter?
Bharat C and Jagannath.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. And we are presenting today fostering green growth. Through sustainable consumerism and pathways and strategies for sustainable future. So the objective of this paper of this paper is to throw light on strategies for building sustainable future and to suggest a roadmap that can be implemented at individual, community, and policy levels to create green growth. It is a conceptual data, and the data is collected from secondary source. The research gap that we found is more studies are required for sustainable consumerism in developing countries where economic and social context differ significantly. So India, as the youngest country in the entire world, now the consumer market has grown up to whopping 46% with 773 million consumers, next only to China, which is 1.1 billion. So in the name of consumerism, in the name of development, in the name of GDP and prosperity, we are exploiting the planet Earth and we are depleting the resources. So I want to talk about that. As per 2023, so consumer spending in India is crossed 25 trillion rupees, an all-time high. That forecast the total consumer spending will reach 2.5 trillion in 2024. So and according to Indian Consumption Expenditure Survey, the monthly per capita consumption in India is around 3,753, while in urban India it is 6,459. So the survey also found that the food makes up larger share of consumption expenditure in rural India. So, but if we talk about wastage, the Ministry of Agriculture of India has reported that 50,000 crores worth of food gets wasted each year. with 68.7 million tons of food is wasted annually in Indian homes. And 1/3 of all food which is produced in India gets wasted or spoiled before it is even eaten. Okay, so this is the present wastage of food in our country. And coming to textile, so 87% of materials which is used in clothing will end up in landfill, that is which is equal to 1 truckload every second, and only we are able to recycle 1% of garments into a new garments, and 60% of all new clothing materials which are actually produced is generates plastic. And so this textile production causes 42 million tons of plastic waste every year, which contributes 9% of microplastic pollution, which is added to our ocean each year. Okay. And coming to electronic waste, we are producing 2 million tons of electronic waste every year, and we are only recycling 22%. When we compare to global levels of recycle, we are only recycling 1%, and we are among the top 5 countries who is contributing to this electronic waste. So we have to focus more on sustainable consumerism. Minimum consumption is the key. So when we talk about economic 5.0 and this economic development, so we have to talk about sustainable consumption trends. And so as we see the statistics, the organic food sales in India has grown up to 17% globally from 2015 to 2020, which is reached to 818 million in 2020. And also renewable energy adoption. So India has a target of generating 175 gigabytes of renewable energy capacity by 2022, where there is a significant increase in solar and wind power. And we are also increased 25% in sustainable packaging, so driven by e-commerce and consumer awareness. So what are the factors that drive towards the shift towards sustainability? There are huge environmental concerns. So because we are exploiting Mother Earth, there is huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprints. The unsustainable extraction of resources is disrupting ecosystems, and it is depleting the resources. And also there is labor exploitation which is happening, and there is increase of child labor, and there is also a rise in lifestyle diseases and toxic exposure. So because of the over exploitation of resources and overconsumption. So there should be awareness regarding the environmental concerns, and people are moving towards more health consciousness by seeking organic, chemical-free products for their personal and family lifestyles. And there is also growing social responsibility, ethical and social responsibility, and people are more focusing now on fair trade and supporting local communities. Okay, so economic friendly product consumption has given a rise to production of organic foods, green mobility, and sustainable apparel. So consumers are opting for eco-friendly, ethically sourced clothing, and also growing demand for electric vehicles, public transportation, and bike sharing services will reduce carbon emissions. So according to the report, more than 65% of Indian consumers are willing to pay more prices for sustainable products, which indicates a strong commitment for greener consumption. And there is a social pressure and desire to conform to sustainable norms within the peer groups, where Indian consumers try to adopt eco-friendly habits. So what are the challenges? So one is higher prices in eco-friendly product. It has to be more convenient for the people to access eco-friendly product, and business must move on for ethical production, and it should be available to all people, and there should be more education given to people for understanding the benefits and importance of sustainable consumption. So since India is the youngest population in the entire world, consumerism is growing day by day, but not at the cost of exploiting the natural resources which is available to us. We have to make use of the resources more optimally, more sustainably, and more ethically, so that we can lead a healthy lifestyle and we can preserve resources for future generations to come. And to create this, there should be more innovation which has to be done to meet the ethical standards for consumer demand, and there should be more transparency by the production houses about the environmental and social impact that they are causing. And there should be more collaborations with NGOs, policymakers, government stakeholders to drive systematic change. And educating consumer is very much necessary, especially the youth of the country must be educated. They should buy only what is necessary, so that they preserve, we can preserve our resources. And even developed countries are exploiting the resources what developing countries have. If you see China, they are investing more in African countries. They are exploiting resources of Africa, and they are making huge profits. So this has to stop. Developing countries has to get more educated. They should move on to more sustainable practices, so in order to lead a healthy lifestyle and to preserve resources for future generation. Okay, this shift towards sustainable consumerism is gaining momentum, so which is driven by environmental consciousness, health conscience, and social responsibility. So business must embrace these sustainable practices and must empower consumers for well positioned to thrive for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation.
Bharat and Jagannath, good paper. There is a green growth. Now
Yes.
the order of the day is green growth everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Because 17 sustainable development goals. Because sustainable development goals, we cannot preach. We have to practice it from the day one.
Yes,
I think
sir.
this paper is going to give the growth of green for everybody who are present here for the international conference. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We shall move on to the next presenter.
Yes, madam.
Sir?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vasanta Kumari K, Satisha C, and Rohini R. I request Dr. Vasanta Kumari K, Satisha C, and Rohini R to present the paper. Vasanta Kumari, ma'am, am I audible?
I think she is not there, madam.
Okay, sir. I will move on to the next presenter. Dr. Satyakala and Dr. R. Surana Priya. Dr. Satyakala and Dr. R. Surana Priya.
Both are present.
Yes, sir. They are in the participant list, but I'm not able to get through that. So I'll just call the next. Yes, ma'am.
I am here, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, you can share the screen and start the presentation, ma'am.
Yes, share, ma'am. Good morning to all of you. Ma'am, is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it visible now, ma'am?
No, ma'am, it is not able to see. Ma'am, stop the sharing and again you start with the screen sharing, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
No, ma'am, it's not visible. Can we share the PPT on behalf of you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, I don't know what is the problem here.
That's okay, ma'am. We are sharing the screen. You
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, I'm Mrs. Satyakala.
Ma'am, your screen is visible now. Can you present?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, I am present.
Okay.
I'm Satyakala, part-time research scholar in Ainadar Janakyamal College, Sivahasi. My guide is Dr. Swarnapriya, assistant professor. My topic is impact of microfinance on economic empowerment of women. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am.
ma'am, you are only sharing the screen, so you can do the next slide share, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Microfinance is a type of banking service for low-income individuals and to the needy women, for those people who cannot able to access financial services from organized sectors. So that nowadays the government is taking keen importance to ND, low-income individuals, those who cannot avail loans from recognized sectors, through NGOs and these microfinance institutions, the low privileged people is able to get loans easily. Then the objectives of the study is to study the concept of microfinance and to analyze the empowerment of women in the aspect of microfinance. The methodology of my study is analytical and descriptive, and I have collected the data from 75 respondents of beneficiaries of microfinance through interview schedule. And I have also collected data from secondary data. My sampling design is from 75 respondents and convenience sampling method. I have taken tools for analysis is mean, standard deviation, and paired sample t-test. This is the demographic profile of respondents that I have collected from 75 respondents. And majority, 32% of respondents are in the age group of 36 to 45 years. And mostly 55% of respondents are married. And 40% of respondents have attained college level educational qualification. 34% of respondents joined in microfinance institutions between 4 to 6 years. Majority, 56% of respondents are self-employed, and mostly 41% of respondents are doing trading business. And the next table tells about the services provided by microfinance. Microfinance institutions are offering so much of financial services and technical assistance to develop entrepreneurship program. So these are the services. The responses towards easy access to bank accounts has mean value of 0.32, and saving services has mean value of 0.13, and insurance services, the value is 0.16, and training programs, those who have accessed has mean value is 0.25, and free legal business advice has 0.21 mean value. And towards entrepreneurship development, its mean value is 0.53. And empowerment of women before and after availing microfinance, I tested this test through paired sample t-test. It compares the means of two measurements taken from the same individual. So the test obtained is which is less than the alpha value, and hence null hypothesis is rejected, and hence therefore it is concluded that microfinance, after joining microfinance, entrepreneurship development has improved and ultimately provides economic empowerment to them. The findings of the study is The government may encourage these type of microfinance institutions and avoiding high interest rates. So the main challenges what beneficiaries are facing is higher interest rates and over indebtedness, inadequate investment validation, and lack of enough awareness of financial services. And the conclusion of the study is the financial and the non-financial services provided by microfinance institutions acts a significant impact on empowerment of women. So easy access of credit facilities without any collaterals helps to start small business to improve their profitability. Thank you.
Okay. I think Satikala has presented impact of microfinance and financial services and non-financial. Have you taken any case study or what is your sample size where you have taken? Is in Shivkasi or some villages you have selected?
Sir, I have taken in Rajapalayam town, sir.
What is your sample size?
Sample size is 75.
How many microfinance societies are working in your area?
In my area, there are 26 microfinance institutions.
You have selected?
I have collected from 16 microfinance institutions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Next,
Thank you, sir.
Madam Shruti, Madam,
Yes,
next
sir.
presenter.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vasanta Kumari is ready, sir. So
Okay.
the next presenter is Dr. Vasanta Kumari, Satisha C. and Rohini R. Vasanta Kumari, ma'am. You are a co-host now. You can present the paper. Vasanta Kumari, ma'am. Vasanta Kumari, ma'am, you are a co-host now. You can present the paper. You can share the screen as well.
Ma'am, can you please unmute and respond, ma'am? Are you facing any issues, technical issues?
Sir, I'll be calling the next participant, Sanjana S. and Deepthi R. Paramashiva, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sanjana S. and Deepthi R, you can present the paper. You can share the screen now.
Yes, ma'am.
Deepthi ma'am, your screen is being shared. You can present it. Deepthi ma'am, Sanjana ma'am.
Very good morning to one and all, ma'am. I'm Deepthi R, and we are together presenting on work-life balance of women employee, reality check for working women at Bangalore in IT industries. This slide introduces the topic of work-life balance among women employees in the IT sector, highlighting its importance It emphasizes how a balanced work life creates harmony, whereas an imbalance leads to job dissatisfaction, stress, and reduced productivity. This focus is on the challenges faced by women in Bangalore's IT sector and the study's objective to identify causes of imbalance and suggest such solutions. This slide summarizes key findings from various studies on work-life balance. It discusses the factors causing imbalance such as long working hours, job inflexibility, and lack of managerial support. The review also covers the negative impacts of imbalance, including stress and job dissatisfaction, and the positive role of education in improving work-life balance. The literature highlights both the challenges and potential strategies for achieving a better work-life balance. This slide outlines the research methodology used in the study. It explains that primary data was collected from 43 women in the IT sector in Bengaluru using purposive sampling. Both interviews and questionnaires were used to gather data. The slide details the demographics and respondents and the criteria for the selection. It also mentions the statistical method used for data analysis, emphasizing the study's aim to find factors causing work-life imbalance and suggest improvements. This slide presents the analysis of the survey data using frequency table. It shows the distribution of respondents by age, marital status, qualification, job position, and their views on work-life balance. Key findings include a significant number of women feeling pressure to work long hours and a mixed perception of company policies on work-life balance. The data reveals the areas where companies can improve, such as leave policies and support for new mothers. This slide provides conclusion from the study and offers suggestions to improve work-life balance for women in IT sector. It recommends implementing flexible work schedules, hybrid working models, and morning shift for women. The slide emphasizes the importance of robust organizational policies, managerial support, and social support from families and colleagues. It acknowledges the study's limitation, like the small sample size, and suggests further research for deeper insight. Thank you.
Okay.
Any queries, ma'am?
You finish your Sanjana and Deepti, work-life balance of women employees, reality check for working women. So you have to change the title, madam. It is not the right title for the presentation. Your title should be very specific. Title should be very clear. And you have to take some 2 or 3 companies, sample size of 25, 30. You can take very few employees who are working in the organization who are part and parcel of the work-life balance with respect to the experience of 2 years or 3 years. Then you can present it. It's a nice paper. Anyhow, still you are a student. You have done good things. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon the next presenter, Dr. Vasanta Kumari K, Satisha C, and Rohini R to present the paper. Deepti ma'am, you can stop the screen sharing.
Hello? Best paper ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲ
Deepti ma'am, you can stop the slide share. Deepti ma'am, Sanjana ma'am, am I audible? Vasanta ma'am, you can present the paper. We are sharing the screen now.
Dr. Vasanta, you can start.
Vasanta ma'am, you are not audible.
Unmute ಮಾಡಿ.
Vasanta ma'am, you are not audible.
Dr. Vasant Kumari, madam. Dr. Vasant Kumari, please present your paper, Fostering Sustainable Urban Development Through Green Construction Innovations. Vasant Kumari. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಈಗ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾರ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ವಸಂತ ಕುಮಾರಿ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಸಂತ.
ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್.
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗೋ ಹೆಡ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮಾಡಿ. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿರಿ
ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಆಕೃತಿ MBA ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ವೈಫೈ ಇಂದ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ವಿಡ್ತ್ ಸ್ಲೋ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
Lanka is having technical problem. We'll ask Venkatesh to restore it as early as possible. Go ahead.
Okay sir, thank you. Okay, respected Paramashiva sir, good morning to one and all present here virtually. I'm Dr. Vasant Kumari, Assistant Professor, Postgraduate Department of Commerce and Management, Sheshadripuram First Grade College, Yelahanka. The topic for today's international conference paper is Fostering Sustainable Urban Development Through Green Construction Innovation. To begin with the topic, sustainability today for a better tomorrow. Today, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals is playing very important vital role. Transformation based into solution, stimulating out of box thinking has become an order of the day. ABCDEFG is becoming an order of the day. A is artificial intelligence, B is a big data analytics, C is a cyber security, D is a digitalization, E is eco-friendly products, F is fostering environmental impact, G is green technology, green construction, green innovation is becoming a very important aspect in the VUCA world today, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world today. Today, green technology and green innovation plays a critical role in advancing green construction towards sustainable future innovation, 3D printing, eco-friendly products, recycling material, struck out of stock, by using the 10 R's, that is rethink, reuse, reduce, repair, recycle, recover, refuse, repurpose, remanufacturing, refurbish, retransform, renewable, and revitalization is becoming the most important aspect of green innovation, green construction innovation. As the green innovation is playing important in urban rural development, like geothermal energy, biomass, biofuels, hydropower, solar wind is fostering eco-friendly products today. Bamboo, instead of using acrylic products, using chemical products, bamboo in constructions, solar green roofs, smart home technology, recycled materials, hybrid mode of mobility, livability, and longevity in sustainable urban development through 3A, that is affordability, accessibility, and availability is playing very, very important concept in the sustainable global era. The hypothesis, the objectives in which I have taken into consideration is the three dynamics of the study is government environmental restrictions towards emission test, biodegradable products, waste management practices, waste management policies have taken into consideration. The second hypothesis is to effect upon the uptake of sustainable development technique to the implementation of green innovation approaches. The third hypothesis in which I have taken into consideration towards green innovation is green products and services, one world, one dream. The research methodology in this study is structured questionnaire in which I've taken 450 firms of the 450 firms from the housing and urban rural development from the directory of China constructions, and I've done a structured questionnaire. In this, I have done ZIP model, zero inflated regression model I have used, Kaiser's models have used, Verimix models have used by considering the 5 variables, that is green construction norms, stakeholders regulations, REEF, that is green building regulations for China, market conditions, community pressures, and ONGs, environmental impact towards the green constructions. The 5 variables have taken into consideration towards green construction innovations. All those are in which the Cron-Balco alpha is 0.712 signifies the longevity, mobility of the country using a pestle analysis, that is political, ecological, technical, legal. All these are the factors have taken into consideration in enhancing the green sustainability. The 17 sustainable development goals is playing a major factor in this regard. When it comes to findings, the findings of the study is, okay, the positive correlation among the managers of green building models have been taken into considerations. Environmental innovation techniques have used widely. Almost 40% of the states are using this environmental innovation techniques, and it is reducing the resilience of fossil fuels and improving more on the green technology, green innovations. As the world is becoming increasingly urbanized, sustainable rural development is crucial to create livable, resilient,
Can you please, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude your presentation now?
That meets both present and future generations. To conclude, government is playing a crucial role in promoting sustainable development to create thriving, eco-friendly urban environment, energy efficiencies, resource conservation, healthy environment as the world becomes increasingly urbanized in today's world. Zero waste policies, water conservation, refuse, recover, refurbish, repurpose is playing a very important role. In this, the government has come out with 5 important policies. That is 5 important policies. That is Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Swachh Bharat Mission, Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, Smart City Machines have taken into consideration in the VUCA world, that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
You are waiting for the presentation since morning. That's why you are given without any break.
I think, sir, actually the technical glitches was there, so that's the reason.
You are a technical person in Shesharipuram, Yalanka. You have to solve it immediately when the presentation starts.
Of course, yes, sir, very much. But
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Your presentation fostering sustainable urban development, how it is going to give the innovations in the present situation due to the you have experienced the more temperature during this summer. So highest temperature we have experienced in Bangalore since last 150 years. One of the cities in Rajasthan recorded 60 degrees. So really sustainable development and green practices is a part and parcel of the increasing the lifespan of the human beings and also protecting the environment. Thank you. Your presentation is nice. Okay, Madam Shruti, Madam, can I give the summary?
Yes, sir. Another last presenter is there, sir.
Is there?
Sandeep Ji and Pramod are.
Okay, go ahead. I'm having class.
Okay. I'm just the next presenter, Sandeep Ji and Pramod are, sir. kindly share your screen and start with the presentation. Sandeep sir.
Good morning, one and all present here. My name is Sandeep G, Assistant Professor, MEM College of Arts, Science and Management, and my co-author name is Pramod R, Assistant Professor, Shade from Evening College, Bangalore. Everyone knows that health is wealth. So our research is based on health and wellness of the employee, and our research paper title is an analysis of impact of night shift employment on health and wellness of multinational companies employees with special reference to Bangalore city. So the globalization has made many of the foreign companies extend their wings in India. Due to the time differences between the nations, Indian employees are working in night shifts to meet the work requirements of the foreign clients. Due to this, the employees have adopted unnatural sleep cycles and food habits. The research analyzes the impact of night shift on health and wellness and productivity of the employees by examining the imbalance in the sleep cycle and food habits. The objective of
Sir, can you change your slides according to your presentation?
1 minute, sir.
Wait, Pramod.
The objective of the study is to examine the health risk and imbalance in the sleep cycle, to analyze the food habits of the night shift employees, to analyze employee engagement and social well-being. Next, the research methodology what we have used is the primary data has been used to the analysis, and we have conducted study through structured questionnaires on 72 multinational company employees situated in Bangalore city who are working in night shift. Here the population is defined as MNC employees who are working in night shift who falls under the age group of 30 to 45 years located in Bangalore city. The questionnaire is designed to collect quantitative and qualitative data also from the respondents. The secondary data like articles, journals, etc. were referred for the study. The basic tables and charts were used for the analysis. Now the analysis and interpretation thing is, see we can see here insomnia, that is sleeplessness. We can see majority of the respondents are responded that very often they are having this sleeplessness. 67% of the population they have said this, and ice burning also 50% of the 50% of the respondents they are facing ice burning problem, and tiredness also majority often they are facing 47% we can see, and high BP which causes to heart diseases, that 50% of oftenly they are facing the problem. Depression also 40% of the majority of the population they are facing depression also due to sleeplessness. Headache, that's 51% population they are facing headache also. So now the thing is, next thing is social well-being of the employees, how they are active in their personal life. Let us see activities in their personal life, how they are active in their personal life is 56% they are active in, sometimes they are active but not every time. Enthusiastic at work, in workplace, at the productivity, that thing is 50% of the population saying that sometimes they are enthusiastically they are working. The next thing is participation in social gatherings, that is 68% of the population we can see that is rarely they are participating in the social gatherings. Mood swings normally it happens due to the hormonal imbalance. So here we can see 56% of the population is having often mood swings. So here graphs we can see on the food habits of the employees. Here we have asked that how many times they are consuming meals or how many meals they are having. That is here 4 meals they are having per day, because due to night shift they need to have at 11 to 12. Here we can see the 51% of population they have said that they are having dinner at 11 to 12. So here normally we can see 4 times having the food is, it is directly impacting on the health That is in there is a proverb in Kannada also. We can see that three times the person who eats he'll become rogi also. That is the diseased person. So they are having 11 to 12, and the dinner should be near to sunset, not more than that. It is creating more hormonal imbalance, and the insulin resistance will be there. It leads to sugar and so many long-term issues. So here we can see the third graph. How often their processed or packet food, more junk foods they're having often, and very often we can see 43% and 44% people are consuming more oftenly their this one packet food. So here we have asked that whether they know about nutritional diet or good healthy foods. Here we can see that they know little bit. The orange color we can see 36% they are having little bit, and 61% of the population saying they don't know. Those who are working in MNC companies, they don't know about the thing. The conclusion of the study is, from the study is, it is evident that since employees are working in night shift, they follow irregular and unhealthy eating habits, which negatively impacts on the health and social well-being of the company. Health and well-being of the employees. So here we have given the suggestions that employee must carefully design the sleep schedules to have quality sleep, eating healthy foods, having dinner early, because near to sunset they have to eat. Otherwise, it will become hormonal imbalance, and the insulin resistance also it causes. So exercise regularly, exposing themselves to the sunlight. We know that vitamin D is very important to the body and bone strengthening, and avoiding alcohol and smoking. Staying hydrated can reduce the health risk. To some extent, we can reduce the health risk. So we have given the suggestion to the HR as well as to the company as well to the employees. So if at the end of the study is the amount of continuous night shift increases, the productivity and individual health also it decreases, and social well-being also it decreases, and so it vice versa. So we should avoid giving continuous night shift to the employees, and the measures they have given that detoxification they have to use, and intermittent fasting is nowadays it is benefit to the employees. That as the HR they have to conduct effective health and wellness programs to the employees. So thank you, sir.
Sandeep, thank you. Your title of the presentation is Employees Health and Wellness in Multinational Companies with reference to Bangalore City. I think the impact of night shift now I think is somewhat changed due to our acceptability to our employment.
Yes,
acceptability to the employment, which is part and parcel of the well-being of the individual human being in the company.
Yes,
This
sir.
paper presentation is an attempt to give the good suggestions for the employees who are working, and it is going to improve the eating habits and what are the various wellness we have to follow it to make regular and healthy practices. Thank you. Wish all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, madam. I think
Yes, sir.
14, 16, 15 papers were presented. Is it right?
Totally 12 papers, sir.
Total 12 papers were presented, from title of rhythm breathing to Vedic mathematics, and also with respect to the investment attitudes among IT professionals, and also
Yes.
investment behavior. We talk about, I think, except IFRS presentation.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it right? Except IFRS presentation of financial.
Yes, sir.
And we have started with landscape of artificial intelligence, and also how the EMH, efficient market hypothesis, with respect to the Indian capital market. And also we are talking about emotional intelligence at the workplace. I think this is also not presented. Is it right? Emotional
Yes, sir.
intelligence paper is not presented. And
Yes, sir.
also Dr. Vasant Kumar has presented fostering sustainable urban development with just like cricket score.
Correct, sir. They have
Just like
announced.
cricket commentary. And impact of microfinance on economic empowerment of the women. And also Sandeep has presented just now presented with respect to the employment employees with respect to the night shift, and also another fostering green growth by the Bharat, and also work-life balance of women employees. Overall, the presentation is nice. Always research is a continuous process of learning, which is going to have the impression of learning new things, which is going to happen. I think this 2 days international conference, under the dynamic leadership of Professor Bhaskar, and also the dedicated faculty of Shruti, and also members were part and parcel of the revamping the future skills of terrain, building the world with 5.0 skills. Maybe this paper, this session is going to give the hands-on experience for all the paper presenters. Once again, I wish you all the best, and you have to improve your research presentation, hypothesis, and also methodology of the presentation. Always, hard work is the mother of good luck. There is no other alternative. Hard work is the mother of good luck. Always more review of literature will have the best impression for analysis of the things which is going to take place. And always the building industries in the present situation is a very competitive world. Yesterday's luxuries are converted into today's necessities. This presentation and this things which is going to take place in the industry 5.0 and how the shift from mechanization to mass production is taking place. Thank you, Madam, especially Shruti and also Kavita Gangaraju and also other faculty members who are part and parcel of this session. I'm also grateful to the college authorities for giving me an opportunity, and also congratulations to all the paper presenters. I wish you all the best. Thank you. I'm going
Thank
to
you, sir.
meeting. Thank you.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. I'm requesting all the participants to turn on the camera for the photo.
Yes.
Kindly turn on the camera. I'm requesting all the participants to turn on the camera. Yogeshwari ma'am, Parimala ma'am, kindly turn on the camera. As we headed towards the end of this session, first and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to the track chairperson, Dr. P. Paramashivaya sir, for extending his valuable time out of his busy schedule. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and inputs. I would like to thank all the participants for their invaluable contribution towards this virtual multidisciplinary conference. And I request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form which is in the chat box.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. So on behalf of Sheshadripuram College and Conference Committee, I convey my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone participants and presenters who made this wonderful session a grand success. Thank you one and all. And the track 4 session will begin within 5 minutes. I welcome Dr. Swaminathan sir, who is a track chairperson for the track 4 of day 2. Welcome Swaminathan sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And it will be headed by the in-charge faculty, Dr. Mallika Rias and Smriti B. Bhatt. Thank you.
Okay. Swaminathan sir, this is Dr. Malika speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, can we begin the session at 11:30? Is that okay for you?
No problem, ma'am. No problem. Do you want me to wait or do you want me to join by 11:30?
Sir, it's your wish, sir. You can either wait or you
Right,
can
right.
join
Okay,
by
ma'am.
11:30.
I'll just be in the
I'm
meeting.
just asking if it is okay for you to
No
start at
problem.
11:30.
Not at all. No, not
Okay,
at all.
okay, sir. Thank you so much. A very good morning, everyone. On behalf of Sheshadipram Educational Trust, Sheshadipram College, and Primax Foundation, I, Dr. Mallika DS, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, Sheshadipram College, warmly welcome you all to the research paper presentation session under the track General Management of the two-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference on revamping the future skills terrain, Building World 5.0, organized by Sheshadipram College Conference Committee and IQAC in association with Primax Foundation. I deem it a pleasure to introduce to you all and welcome the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Swaminath S. Dr. Swaminath S. is the executive committee member at Indian Accounting Association, Karnataka chapter. As an assistant professor in the Department of Commerce and Management at the Government First Grade College in Sakarayanapattana, Chikmagalur district, Dr. Swaminath S. also serves as a nodal officer and subject expert in the field of management and commerce. This is for the Department of Collegiate Education, the Higher Education Ministry, and the Government of Karnataka's digital learning project known as the Karnataka Learning Management System. Sir has 14 years of experience and 5 years of industrial experience. Sir has obtained his MCom from Bangalore University and has to his credit 3 postgraduate diplomas and MBA from Karnataka State Open University. He has been awarded PhD in the Commerce by the Bangalore University in the year 2021. Dr. Swaminath S. has significantly contributed to the field of knowledge and research by publishing his research papers in prominent journals, delivering guest lectures on various multidisciplinary topics, participating in more than 21 MOOCs, serving as resource person at various conferences, seminars, and faculty development programs of state, national, and international levels. He has worked as external member for the Board of Examiners for Bangalore City University and has served as subject expert on the Board of Studies at various universities. Sir has also served as the Deputy Custodian for Bangalore University's post-graduation examinations. Sir has involved himself in providing free coaching classes for NET, SLET aspirants and other examination aspirants of rural Karnataka. Sir is specialized in more than 15 commerce and management subjects towards which his contributions are innumerable. Sir, we are pleased to have you as the chairperson for our session, and I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
I welcome all the paper presenters from various parts of the country who are enthusiastically taking part in the conference. Welcome you all. I welcome my co-reporter and track in charge faculty, Ms. Shruti S. and Mr. Bharat C., my colleague who has been providing us the technical support for the session. Welcome one and all. I now request Ms. Smriti Bhatt to take charge of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Write on the first method heading, risk adjusted.
Good morning, all. I'm Smriti Esbeth, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management. Will be the co-rapporteur for today's session. With the permission of Chair, we would like to start the session. Swaminathan, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Ma'am, 1 minute. With reference to video, I think I may have to rejoin again. So the camera is not working. So if you permit me, I can rejoin. So within
Yeah,
1 or 2
definitely.
minutes. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, definitely, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Sir, are you able to turn on your camera now?
Oh, no, I don't know why I'm not able to turn on the camera. Okay, anyways, I'll try in the meantime because the schedule is already been done, right? So let's move on with that.
Sure,
And
sir.
I'll try
Sure,
with
sir.
other sources.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. The first participant, Dr. Shalini Hedges. I would like to invite Shalini Hedges
Yes,
to
ma'am.
present the paper.
Yeah. Good morning, Smriti ma'am. I just want to share the PPTs with your permission. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Yeah.
Your presentation is visible, ma'am. You can start presenting.
Yes, sir. I'm starting. Okay. Good morning to Dr. Swaminath, sir, who is the chair of the session, and my dear coordinator for the session, Smriti ma'am, and Dr. Mallika ma'am. I'm Dr. Shalini Hedges, working as Associate Professor at Acharya Bangalore B School MBA Department, Autonomous. Today, I'm going to present on the topic Banking 5.0, factors affecting adoption of neobanks among digital natives using EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, and structural equation modeling approach. So these are the contents of my presentation. As it is model-based, I have made a small tweak in the the guideline that was given to us. So as the nature of study demands. So yeah, first to start with, let's begin with the introduction to neobanks. So neobanks, I would say they are the new generation banks. The word neo stands for new. So they are like the banks with which use digital technology, and they provide all the banking and financial services with the help of digital technology, wherein they don't have a physical existence like earlier brick and mortar based banking system. Everything is online. So definitely this is the future of the banking, I would say, in India and also across the world. What made me to take up this particular study is, though the neobanks offer faster transactions and customized financial services, still the penetration of this neobank is only to the extent of 1.17% in India as of 2024, and by 2028 it is expected to reach 1.47%. So presently only 1.75 million people in India, they are using neobanking services, which is a very small fragment compared to the entire population of India. And this is what made me to take up this particular study, which is the need for this particular study. So this is what is a conceptual model that I have developed. Yeah, obviously this model is based on the TAM model, that is we call it as technology acceptance model. Through that, I have derived this particular model. So in this, I have taken two independent variables, that is utility intention and utility conditions, which will act as the independent variables for a dependent variable, that is propensity to use the neo-banking services, which is mediated by the transaction motive. Obviously, the objective of each and every customer of a bank is to come without any difficulty and as soon as possible. So that is what is the transaction motive, which I've taken as mediator. And I am trying to see the impact of gender and the psychological safety as the moderators for this particular study. Next is the research methodology. So I have collected a sample of 365 respondents who are tech-based, and also some of them are into entrepreneurship, that is they have their own business. They use the banking services more than once a day, like I would say many a times. So those are the respondents for my particular study. And yeah, of course, it is in and around Bengaluru, I would say. And yeah, I have used exploratory factor analysis to know about the underlying relationship between the variables, and confirmatory factor analysis to check the validity and definability of the TAM constructs. And finally, the model construction was done based on the hypothesis that has been stated. For my study, I have designed a set of 5 variables with 31 constructs or the statements, and these are the variables and the constructs. They are self-explanatory. Because of time constraint, I'm given only 5 minutes to present. So that being the reason, I'll be able to just take you through the variables and the statements. And in variables, first is propensity to use. That means what makes the customers to use the neo-banking services. So for that, I have considered a set of 7 statements which supports that PTU. And then utility intention, like sometimes intentions will differ from actual usage. So what I intend to do may not be the same as what I want to do. So that being the reason, I just took the utility intention supported by 5 statements of mine. And utility conditions, yeah, definitely, since I'm talking about neo-banking technology, it involves technology and for which the customer needs to have the access to laptop and also the mobile phones and the good internet connectivity. So utility conditions will play a significant role. For that, I have taken 3 factors, and transaction motive supported by 8 factors as such, and then psychological safety supported by 7 factors again. So these are my variables that I have considered. And based on the variables and the model that is constructed, these are the hypotheses that I have designed. So totally, I have taken 11 hypotheses for my study based on the model that has been designed. So coming to the results and discussions, this is the result of KMO and Bartlett test. So in KMO, as we know, the KMO value should be greater than 0.6. I got a value of 0.92, which is quite higher than 0.60. So which talks about the sample adequacy of the model and also the responses that has been collected. And when it comes to Bartlett's test of sphericity, the significance level is 0.001, so which is quite good enough to go ahead with the further analysis. Next is the scree plot with respect. Yeah, I have used SPSS 26, which is the latest version of IBM SPSS, and also for AMOS, I have used AMOS graphics and AMOS data, which is 26th version, the latest version. So when it comes to the scree plot, this is the scree plot that I have got it from SPSS, and through the scree plot, you can easily visualize that there are total 5 factors we can consider for constructing our model. So that being the reason, the 5 factors have been considered, and these are the 5 factors that I have considered here, which is able to explain 65.36% of the variation in the dependent variable based on the 2 independent variables which have been selected. So this is my result of the rotation factor matrix. That is, yeah, of course, I used maximum likelihood extraction method, and the rotation method is Varimax rotation with Kaiser normalization. So you can see the like a cluster of the factors that I have got. They are significant above 0.5 everywhere. You can just observe all values are above 0.5, and the factors are very well related with each other with a significant weights. Next is about the model, CFA model. This I used AMOS for using confirmatory factor analysis to design this particular model. So this is what is the model that I was able to arrive at. And yeah, this is the result of reliability. you can see the Cronbach alpha, which is quite greater than 0.70 in all the cases, which is a test for reliability of the particular study, and also the composite reliability is very good, almost matching Cronbach alpha, and it should be greater than Cronbach alpha. So composite reliability is greater than Cronbach alpha here, and average variance extracted is well above 0.50, and also maximum shared variance should always be less than the average variance that is extracted. So in all the cases, you can see the
I'm
maximum.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you please conclude as your time limit is over?
Yeah, please, 1 second. So this is what is the path analysis that is done using the hypothesis testing. And yeah, these are the results, I would say. So just 1 second. Yeah. So these are the results that I got. In the results, I would say only the hypothesis 2 is not supported, that is utility conditions supporting the propensity to use. Apart from that, I got a p-value which is significant in all the other cases. And this is a snapshot of the summary of hypothesis that is tested. And as I said, my hypothesis 2, that is utility conditions will have a positive impact on propensity to avail neo-banking services, is not supported. And in case of moderator, I would say psychological safety as a moderator for utility intentions and conditions to use propensity to use the neo-banking services, that was also not supported. So I would say this is because of when it comes to psychological safety, people are already like the customers take it for granted that whenever they use a particular neo-banking or any banking service for that matter, the safety matter is taken into consideration. So that should not be a added value. And apart from that, RBI did not come up with any guidelines as such for the controlling and the regulations part of the neobanks. It is only the neobanks will operate through the parent banks. So that is what is that could be one of the reasons. And last but not the least, I would like to make a finding here. That is the relationship between utility conditions and propensity to use is significantly different between male and female. That is also not supported because, yeah, definitely when it comes to utility conditions, males have a better expectation compared to females in general. So that being the reason, I would say that is not supported. So with this, I would like to conclude my study that neobanks are the banks of the future generation, digital banks of the future generation, with the forecast of the mobile usage currently at 2020 in the year 2020 it was 54%, and presently by 2040 it is going to increase to 96%. So the services like neobanks and other services are going to be a big hit in the future. So neobank has got a very good future. So thank you so much. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a great presentation. Over
Thank
to you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Shalini HS, ma'am, you have done a fabulous job by doing a study on neobanking. And in fact, I must have to say, my 2021 PhD topic is on adaptability and accessibility of multifaceted payment channels and its impact on unorganized sector, where I have used TAM model as well as UTA model.
UTAT,
so I
sir.
was
Yes.
like surprised to see, yes, I could see like whatever I did. So it is kind of like a replica that I can do. And in fact, you have done a better presentation compared to what I did. So
Thank you, sir.
grateful to you, ma'am. But the thing is, I just wanted to mention one thing.
Yes,
Like
sir.
when we talk about industrialization 5.0,
Yes, sir.
still when you talk about industrialization 3.0, it is not reached each and everyone.
Yes, sir.
Still, it is
Yeah.
at the inception stage for in few areas. So
Yes, sir.
there are a lot of scope wherein which we can do a lot of research
Yes,
to
sir.
reach industrialization 3.0 to all the people who are there in the country. Because
Yes, sir.
this industrialization 5.0, as you clearly pointed out, it is
Yes, sir.
1.17%. That's all.
Yes, sir.
So there is a huge scope for you as well as for us and for everyone that we can sort out various ways in which we can be in a position to reach 3.0 so that we can uplift to 4 and 5 later on.
Yes.
So having
Yes,
said
sir.
that, the better presentation in terms of like clarity and also
Yes, sir.
methodology, kudos to you,
Yes, sir.
ma'am, and best of luck for your future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
The next participant, Dr. Meenakshi Rao. Dr. Meenakshi Rao. Sir, I guess the next participant is not in the call. We'll move to the next participant, Dr. Srinivas Murthy.
Arun Kumar K, Dr.
Yes,
Srinivas
ma'am.
Murthy.
This is Arun Kumar.
Yes.
Ah.
You can start with your presentation, sir.
Yes, madam.
Are you facing any technical issues?
1 minute, sir. I can't able to share my PPT. So, madam, can you share my PPT?
Yes,
I can't
yes,
able to
sir.
share it.
You please send your PPT. We will share it at that.
I already shared to group, sir.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes.
File name is Arun Kumar K. Thank you, sir. Myself, Arun Kumar K, research scholar from Putur University. My research topic is problems and prospects in implementation of agricultural schemes in India. Actually, my paper title is not suitable for the conference theme, but actually this is related to my research topic. That's why I prepared the paper on this one. So the introduction is, agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy, providing livelihood to over 50% of its population. So in overall, the agriculture sector contributes for the in many ways, and also it is one of the sector to contributing for the GDP, like industrial sector and territory sector. Agriculture sector nearly contributing 18% to the GDP. That's why agriculture play a important role in the economic development of the country. So the objective of the study is to identify the key challenges facing Indian agriculture, to assess the effectiveness of agricultural schemes implemented by the government, and to analyze the factors influencing the implementation of agriculture schemes. These are the main three objectives are framed for the purpose of the study. The research methodology is, so for the purpose of the data analysis, primary data is collected from the respondents. 150 samples were selected for the purpose of the study. The area of the study is linked with the Tumkur city, that means Tumkur district. The simple random technique is used for the purpose of the study. This is the table related to the what are the challenges are facing in the agriculture sector related to the first objective. So the 5 points Likert scale is used for the purpose of the data analysis, and chi-square is used for testing of the hypothesis. Here the chi-square value is 135.23 and the critical value is 29.707. So chi-square value is greater than the critical value. So the null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. Means the Indian agriculture is facing the lot of difficulties. So next slide. So this is therefore null hypothesis is rejected. So another table is, this table is related to the factors influencing the implementation of agriculture schemes. So here also 5 points Likert scale is applied for the data analysis. So from the data analysis, it is also clear that the null hypothesis is rejected because the chi-square value is 16.314 and the critical value is 3.841. So null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. That is sustainable farming practices between the smaller farmers who received the agriculture subsidy and those who did not. The conclusion is Indian agriculture faces significant challenges, notably in fragmented land holdings and water management. Policies targeting in these issues have not been perceived as effective by stakeholders, indicating a need for the reassessment and innovation in addressing these long-lasting problems. So, government needs to take many initiatives to promoting the agriculture sector. Even though the many schemes are and benefits are given by the government to farmers, still the farmers is not developed up to the mark. So the government needs to take more initiatives to reach the farmers all the schemes effectively. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Over
Good
to you, sir.
presentation, Mr. Arun Kumar K. Sir, I
Thanks,
just
sir.
wanted to have a few things for you to uplift the presentation, whatever you do. Sir,
Okay.
when you are presenting for the next time, so please be clear with reference to the methodology, what you have
Okay.
crafted, and
Okay.
how the hypothesis has been framed, or what is essential for you is like, when you are doing a research, you must have to have synthesis. In the sense,
Okay.
I'm talking about a relationship between like purpose of the study to objectives to hypothesis to analysis and discussion to findings, likewise. Anyways, you have done
Okay.
a great job. The thing is, with reference to agriculture, for that matter, as you pointed out, so you have taken a simple random sampling technique, I guess.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right? So the sample, whatever you have taken, it might be very much minimum, and I'm sure that going forward, you will going to have some clusters,
Okay.
because the population with reference to agriculture, as you pointed out, is more than 50%, right? So
Yes, yes.
if that is the case, there is a huge population. So you can make clusters and you can do a lot of studies. And I hope, like, definitely you're going to get a good guidance from your guide. But the thing is, when you're presenting, so please make sure that you're going to have synthesis with reference to each and every step what you're presenting.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next participant, Mithun R. Dr. Rupadarshini S.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Yeah.
So you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you facing any technical issues?
I am sharing, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. No, it is lagging. I think there is, yeah, it's visible now, sir. You can present.
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. So today I'm presenting my research article topic, the socio-economic transformation of households in urban areas under the Gruha Lakshmi scheme with reference to Tumkuru Smart City.
Sir, you are not audible to us. Are you present?
I'm not able to like change the slide.
Change the slide. Okay. You just tap on the screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. So as we know, Gruha Lakshmi scheme was introduced past 1 year back at the present government of Karnataka for providing a financial aid to the women households. And concentrating on this scheme, my study focuses on how the Gruha Lakshmi scheme has transformed household in Tumkuru, specifically enhancing the women's financial status, improving living standards, and modifying traditional social roles. And these are the few review of literatures which I have covered in the paper. The main research gap is it's a like broader state level comparisons have and fiscal challenges and women empowerment with deeply specific related to socio-economic changes in with focusing on urban households is not being covered with reference to especially Tumkuru city. This is a main lacking which I got a research gap. The research objective is to examine how the Gruha Lakshmi scheme has affected household income, employment, and asset ownership in Tumkuru, to assess the scheme's influence of women's empowerment in Tumkuru, to measure urban household satisfaction with Gruhalakshmi scheme and its effect on their quality of life, to gather and evaluate participant feedback to pinpoint improvements for the scheme's delivery and accessibility, to analyze the scheme's contribution to Tumkuru's urban development and smart city transition. And when it comes to research methodology, I have used a stratified random sampling method with a survey of 280 respondents have been gathered in the survey using the various questionnaires. And the major findings of my study is like it covers the all basic section 1 covers demographic information, 2 covers household economic status, impact of Gruhalakshmi scheme and women's empowerment and social dynamics, experiences with scheme, and other general opinions. So when it comes to demographic information, these are the few information data which I have got through the survey, where the major thing is all the like beneficiaries are females, as it's named, it's a Gruhalakshmi scheme, and the age factor is of major age factor is of the beneficiaries are 31 to 45 years, and the number of households are like it's a nuclear family. Families are receiving more benefits, and main thing is, or next when it comes to household economic status, there is like what is the average monthly household income before scheme. It was like 10,000 to 20,000 was a major average income before the scheme. When it is after the scheme, it is like the people, it is 184 people are like benefited after the scheme. And the changes in employment status is like they feel that there is not much change with reference to the scheme is concerned. And what is type of assets owned is like many people have like invested in vehicle purchases, like as they say, and none they say like 242 members say there's no they're not invested in any assets. Impact is like change in household expenditure patterns and usage of funds from scheme, perceived impact of household incomes, duration of participation, and awareness about the scheme. These are the few factors which are like covered in the impact of Gruhalakshmi scheme, and these data shows the output. Experience with the scheme is like how is the people satisfaction level, challenges faced, suggestions for the improvement. And when it comes to the challenges faced, there is like difficulty in assessing funds, lack of information, bureaucracy hurdles, and many says like they had no faced any challenges. And suggestions was like more the people wanted more like financial assistance. Now they are paying 2,000 per month. They say it should be increased. Better access to information, streamline process should be done clearly by the government. Expanding the scope of the scheme. It should also reach some few other beneficiaries also. They expect that. General opinion is like overall impact of the quality of life. When it comes to quality of life, it like they say somewhat middle class people have, especially the beneficiaries ladies, they feel that they are somewhat it is benefiting them. Role of scheme in Tumkuru's development, it's like it's a neutral. There so many says there is no very much positive impact, but they're individually benefiting. Suggestions is that increasing the awareness through various media campaigns, addressing the unemployment, and the scheme should be integrated with the job creation and skill development, streamlining the application process and establishing the support systems. Financial assistance economic development measures should be focused on increasing aid and incorporating asset building programs, expanding the scheme's scope for women empowerment and social change in the crucial as a long-term monitoring and inclusive policy. Emphasis on the education and health along with the aligning the scheme of Tumkuru's urban development plans.
So sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude?
Yes, sir. So mainly my study focused on the comprehensive view of socioeconomic impact, analyzing the demographic rebels, the scheme of significant influence the young adult women, with a notable improvement. The research highlights the scheme positive perception and the potential of the for fostering women empowerment, although the broader of development is less clear. And my findings, I recommend the policy development and the effective implementation of the various welfare schemes in urban areas. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mithunar, good presentation. Because I must have to mention this point here.
Yes.
Whenever we take any research papers or PhD for that matter, always we have to remember that there must be some socio-economic problem associated with it. Then only it can stand somewhere. And you have taken a good topic, that too a new scheme which is launched by the government to empower the women. So
Yes, sir.
empower the woman, indirectly it means empowering of a family.
Yes.
But your findings are quite astonishing to see that they have used this money for vehicle purchase. That's actually
it's
the
30,
crucial.
only 38 members out of the respondents, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually a crucial thing. For further research also, for that matter.
Yes.
With reference to your research, the sample size is quite less, but still you can uplift this and you can do more research, and this is quite good in terms of like taking socioeconomic problems for that matter.
Sure, sir.
I feel like you have contributed well with reference to the research which you have done on socioeconomic problem, and hope you will going to do much more in future. Thank you so much.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mithun sir, for your presentation. Thank you, sir. We'll move to the next participant, B. Harini and Dr. S. Subramanian.
Yes, ma'am, present, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start your presentation, ma'am.
Is my slide visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you can present.
Can I start with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Happy day to one and all present here. A good day to Swaminathan sir and the coordinators of the conference team. I am V. Harini, PhD Research Scholar, School of Management Study, Tamil Nadu Open University, Chennai, under the guidance of Dr. S. Subramanian. The title of my study is a study of factors affecting the investment decisions, the Kano way. Kano analysis model is also known as customer delight versus implementation investment, which means an analysis tool that enables you to understand how a customer emotional responses to a product or a features which is measured and explored. Introduction. The Kano model categorizes product attributes into must be one-dimensional, attractive, indifferent, and reverse highlighting that some attributes have non-linear impacts on the customer satisfaction. This model marked a paradigm shift in product development by showing that not all attributes contribute to satisfaction proportionally. This Kano model is widely used across various sectors due to their initiative appeal and versatility in understanding customer needs and guiding a new product development. This research paper provides a comprehensive review of the Kano model covering its conceptual origins, analysis, technique, applications, and the current status. This paper serves as a detailed reference source for the scholars and the practitioners, informing them about the diverse aspects and implication of the Kano model in customer need analysis and product development. Methods for the analysis of the Kano model. This Kano model techniques have into three classification, functional and dysfunctional, which means that respondents are asked two questions for each attribute, how they feel if the feature is present, which that is functional, and if it's absent, that is dysfunctional. Possible responses are like, I like it, it must be, I'm neutral, I can tolerate and dislike it. Evaluation table. Based on the combination of functional and dysfunctional responses, each attribute is classified into one of the Kano category. For example, must be attributes gets a must be response for the functional form and a dislike for the dysfunctional form. Satisfaction coefficient. This coefficient is calculated by subtracting the percentage of dysfunctional dissatisfaction from the functional satisfaction responses. It quantifies the impact of each attribute on overall customer satisfaction. The research gap has actually been presented by the research scholar and the research guide on the paper entitled as A Study on Behavioral Finance Using Bibliometric and Mapping Analysis Tool, which has been published in Rabindra Bharati University. The research gap provides that using bibliometric analysis, few researchers have studied the investor decision making with respect to cognitive biases, but they have studied only these biases in relation to only 1 and 2 perspectives. Related studies reveal that a gap in understanding the combined impact of demographic and socio-economic and investment variable on investor behavior. On the basis of literature review, it is found that there were few studies conducted in India regarding the behavioral factors taken into consideration for this study. Existing studies have often assumed that homogeneity in investor objective within the given or context, neglecting potential variation that may exist among the investor with similar demographic characteristics. Studies have often treated financial literacy as a static construct without considering how it may change or adapt in response to different investment scenarios or life stages. Studies have not extensively explored how different types of company-related information, which is example, a financial report, interact to shape the investor behavior. Profile of the respondents. During the data collection process, meticulous attention was given to ensuring that a comprehensive representation of the responses from diverse regions. The selected location include Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Goa, Maharashtra, Telangana, and Pondicherry. The respondents were carefully chosen to encompass various demographic variables such as age, gender, income, household size, education level, profession, the number of earning member in the family, and the house ownership. This extensive and inclusive profile aims to capture a nuanced understanding by incorporating perspective from the broad range of location and demographic backgrounds. The survey received 518 responses, of which 500 complete responses were analyzed. Research methodology. This study aimed to classify various factors affecting investment decisions in India as per the Kano model using a structured survey. There is rationalized to identify the must-be one-dimensional and attractive factors which have maximum impact on the investor satisfaction and behavior. Research design is quantitative research and with structured questionnaire. Primary data using the structured designed questionnaire. 520 responses were selected, out of which the 518 were actually proper, but 8 were actually not fully filled respondents. So 500 is the response size. Each factor is evaluated on a scale of satisfaction when present and dissatisfaction when absent. So you come to the overall Kano model. This is how the chart looks like. It has
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Last 1 minute.
Yeah, please. Okay, sir. And the delight factors. I have framed this chart using SPSS scatter plot for the 5 sectors, automobile, energy, banking, FMCG, and paramedical. For understanding, I have put it in the table wise. So all these 10 attributes have been taken into consideration. I'll explain the next slide about the findings. Using the Kano model to analyze attributes across various sectors reveals key drivers of the customer satisfaction. In automobile, financial details like financial statement, technical analysis are must-be attributes, while insider information can significantly be the delight customers. Here, delight means which enhance the customer satisfaction when present, but their absence doesn't cause any dissatisfaction. The energy sector emphasize must be as past performance, corporate earnings, financial statement, technical analysis, and financial advices, where here also insider information also act as a delight sector. For FMCG, must be attributes includes financial statement, technical analysis, and financial advices, while linear attributes such as stock marketability and corporate earnings are crucial. In banking sector, must be attributes of financial statement, technical analysis, and financial advice, while linear attributes including stock marketability and economic. The paramedical sector relies on linear attributes like past performance, financial statement, and corporate earnings, which must be factors, being a financial advisor and a technical analyst. This analysis highlights the importance of financial transparency and expert advice across sectors, with certain attributes having potential to significantly enhance the customer satisfaction. Coming to the discussion, this study provides a news perspective using various rational, social, and emotional factors affecting the household investment decisions in India using the Kano model. This finding suggests that ensuring an adequate risk-return profile is necessary but insufficient condition for attracting investment. One-dimensional factors like tax saving, reputation, and attractive factors like past performance, social influence, and investor mood must also have a strong effect on their investor behavior. Financial regulator and firms need to go beyond improving purely rational factor, designing customized financial products bundled with tax benefit and targeting messages. Further research can apply the Kano model to study other behavioral contexts like consumption, borrowing, and voting decision. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Harini ma'am, it is a wonderful presentation that you did with reference to Kano model. I'm curious to know with reference to the attractive factors, because that is the one where the investors are considered to be the customers who decide on what product they have to produce or on what they have to make an investment.
Yes,
so
sir.
More on, I could say, as you have pointed out clearly, that the cognitive biases, I mean, industrialization 5.0 is more closely related to cognitive things, in which we try to mix up human as well as machine together. in terms of understanding how exactly feelings are considered to be thoughts will going to change over a period of time. So having said that, so I must have to go through your paper because it is kind of a wonderful paper
Thank you so much.
with reference to a lot of demographical factors which you have included, just like a PhD thesis for that matter. So good. I mean, I can say, like, the action-oriented research, because you have taken into consideration of all factors, whatever it is available. Ma'am, best wishes to you for your future. So this is one of the good topic which you can observe over a period of time. Thank you, ma'am.
So much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next participant, Sada Varsi. Sada Varsi. Okay. So we'll move to the next participant, Dr. K.C. Kulkarni.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Please present your papers.
Yeah, madam. Can you switch on to the PPT?
Yes,
because
sir.
because I already sent it to this.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, sir. You can start.
Myself, Dr. K.C. Kulkarni, Principal of the TME College of Education, Gangavati, District Koppar. My presentation theme is impact of innovative techniques of teaching of B.Ed new age teachers trainees. It means how the innovative techniques are helpful for the new age B.Ed teacher trainees. See, today most of us, we are all before the TVs and before the WhatsApp and before the Instagram and before all these things. And lastly, I thought that why should I take the technology of mobile and technology of charts and technology of email and technology of other computing teachings should be in the training. So lastly, I decided and took this chapter as impact of innovative techniques. That too, particularly most of the well-known technologies as for teaching for BEd trainees. The next slide, madam. One is computational thinking. If I go with the computational thinking, what this helpful for BEd trainees to teach their topics and all these things. It is a process of identification, clear and a defined step-by-step solution of complex problems. Its definition including breaking down a problem into smaller pieces. By recognizing the pattern and elimination of the extraordinary details of that, particularly by human and all these computers. While if the teacher is interested to take one of the computational thinking in his teaching, that he can design the chapters into step-by-steps. After the computational thinking, I used to go for the design thinking. Design thinking is one of the process by using creative skill to solve the problems. If any problem rises in the classroom, that he can go with the design thinking by bringing it to a problem in systematically and thoughtful to correct it and develop the positive change. Then next is adaptive thinking. Adaptive thinking also one of the best method for teaching. And virtual reality. Sometimes we take the help of virtual reality, that the experiment is completely immersed and realize the head mount projections or some of the LCDs and SCDs and some minor instruments that we can use by virtual reality and all these things. And the next is gamification. Gamification is one of the strategies that integrate entertaining and immersive games element into the non-gaming context and all these things. Means only by teaching the chalk and board, sometimes if you use the gamification, that will helpful for children to know or the students to know more about in between the subject with the games and all things. That is also one of the technique that I have used in this impact of these research and all these things. So this is an operational ratio of innovative technology among teachers, which I have taken this as one tentative data for teachers, which I have taken the around 5 district of 5 talukas of Poplar districts. Among that, the place of operation area is urban and rural teacher trainees. And the next pattern of teacher is Kannada medium and English medium. This is the way which I have taken the samples from the research and all these things. And out of 316, this is the total ratio which I have taken. Depends on their Kannada medium and English medium and urban and rural mediums, because most of the training colleges as the combination of urban, rural and the Kannada and English medium. This is my sample ratio which I have taken. And below is the graph which represent all these things. What is the role of and the responsibility of the teacher and the trainees if the impact of innovative techniques which I have taken so far? One is designing and implementing the instructional material and activities that simulate the trainees' interest and the engagement. And the next is recognizing the diverse learning styles, because many teachers having the diverse kind of learning styles, that will be a chance to available a kind of styles that they can use. And the third is communicating the goals and expectations of each lesson or the course by the trainee. Posting and next slide, madam. Next slide. Then the fourth is fostering the inclusive and the respectful environment where all the trainees feel welcome and valued. So if they are ready to use their own skill and all these things, that they can comfortable by using all these things. And the fifth is establishing and maintaining the positive classroom atmosphere during their learning as well as their teaching, and developing the fair and transparent assessment method that accurately measures the trainees' understanding, because trainees' understanding is more important while using the techniques in the teaching. And the seventh is providing constructive feedback on assignment and assessment of the areas where they exactly stick on for that. And the eighth is fostering critical thinking, problem solving, and the analytical skills. So these are very important after before the teaching that the teacher has to undergone for this, or after the teaching the teacher also undergone for critical thinking, problem solving, and analytical skills is very important.
Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude.
Yes. Pardon?
Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude, sir. Your time limit is over.
Okay. I will finish by this one. Okay. And the last one is everyone must aware the diverse training needs and providing necessary accommodation to ensure the equitable assessment to the education, because most of the teachers are stick on to their content and all these things without knowing the students' feelings behind the chapter and all these things. Lastly, I recommend these 5. Lastly, I recommend these recommendations for the teacher trainees, that they integrate the soft skills and innovative technology into the undergraduate curriculum. And we are also trying for the B.Ed college, providing the subject teachers with the exposure of these skills, because most of the teachers having their own skills, we allow them to expose their skills and all these things. And the third one is awareness among the teachers behind the soft skills and all these things. And another one is encouraging the teachers to conduct the action research. So after completion of their syllabus and all these things, if they go for action research of their teaching soft skills, that will be helpful for understanding means, in fact, it is another kind of evaluation that the teacher has to go for these things. Or if he is interested, we can ensure the trainees to receive a small project regarding this one. And so this is my impact innovative things regarding the B.Ed students. Thank you, sir.
Dr. K.C. Kulkarni, sir, absolutely wonderful presentation. As you have taken samples from various areas, so which is quite good. But I have a few points to mention here, sir. One is along with the various techniques which you have mentioned. So what about experiential learning? So that is one wherein which it is being taught in each and every platforms now, like where we have to teach students through experiential learning. So is it being followed? And the second one that you can take, or everyone can take, that is like whatever the techniques that we are learning through training programs, are those techniques are properly being implemented in the college or in the university or institution. So if you can do a study in terms of like understanding how exactly those training programs are 100% or to an extent of 100% being implemented, so that students are empowering with whatever the new techniques that we are getting. So that can be the future research which you can do and all of us can do. Having said that, it's a good presentation, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kulkarni, sir. The next participant, Ananta Lakshmi.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. I'm available.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ananta Lakshmi. I am a research scholar at St. Joseph Institute of Management, and my research guide is Dr. Avil Saldana. The research topic is understanding the factors that facilitate and inhibit elderly users to adopt mobile financial services. Banking, one of the oldest businesses in the world, has witnessed a radical transformation due to information and communication technology in recent years. Branch banking is taken over by branchless banking. And with rapid growth in mobile phone users, the banking industry has developed mobile banking as the main channel for delivering banking services. And thus, with proliferation of the internet, expansion in the network coverage, again, mobile financial services have become significant platform for delivering financial services. So what is this mobile financial services? It's a broad term that includes a range of financial services that can be performed using mobile phones. Next slide, please. It is an all-inclusive service platform for consumer segment, accessing and using retail and business related banking and payment services on mobile devices. So it basically comprises of three major services, that is mobile banking, mobile payments, and mobile money. Next slide, please. Yeah, but the major challenges for the bank is to ensure whether the adoption is being effectively made for all the citizens that are available. As reported by World Health Organization, the world population is getting older rapidly over the years. According to the report, elderly population will increase from 900 million to 1.2 billion by 2050. So which means that there will be an increase of 22% of the world population by 2050, from 2015 to 2050. So India is a developing country, and as many other developing countries, it has been making efforts to digitize government services. Not just government services, even private organizations are making their services digitized. So nevertheless, the needs and the expectations of the elderly population on using the technology are generally underestimated while designing digital services and products which make the elderly users digitally divided. Here, we mean elderly users are those individuals or the users who are aged 60 years and above. And therefore, it becomes necessary to address the needs of the aging society. The research gap. Most of the studies are focused on the intentions and barriers overlooking the experience during post-adoption stage. The user's experience in the context. Sorry? Can I continue, ma'am? Hello?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, we are discussing about the research gap. Most of the studies are focused on the intentions and barriers overlooking the experience during the post-adoption stage. And even though the focus is being laid on the user experience, but not exclusively on mobile financial services, and even then the analysis that is being provided are relating to the provider-oriented perspective only. Here, the application of dual factor theory to explain the user experience with mobile financial services has not been explored. So in my study, I have applied the dual factor theory, which is nothing but the Herzberg's two-factor theory, which explains the concurrent influence of dual factors, namely the facilitators and inhibitors on the consumer adoption process. So the theory states that whenever a consumer considers adopting a new behavior or change the existing one, they are influenced by two distinct set of factors. One is facilitator, which promote the adoption behavior. Another one is inhibitor, which resists the adoption behavior. Therefore, inhibitors are not opposite to enablers, but qualitatively distinct constructs that are independent that may coexist with facilitators or enablers. So hence, the current study attempts to fill the research gap by analyzing one, that is the older adults' usage experience. Number two, relating to mobile financial services from customer dominant logic perspective, which applies qualitative study, with the application of dual factor theory. Okay, this is my research objective to assess the factors that facilitate, which means that influence the behavior of the senior citizens to adopt and use mobile financial services, and to find out those factors which inhibit them for application for adoption and application of mobile financial services. And again, the research question is, what are the critical factors that facilitate and inhibit the adoption of mobile financial services among senior citizens? The research methodology. The study uses qualitative approach. Around 20 face-to-face interviews were conducted with elderly users, that is senior citizens aged 60 years and above, between March to May 2024. And the method or the sampling which was used was snowball sampling. We identified certain senior citizens from the...
Sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude? Your time limit is over.
Yeah, okay, fine, sir. So this is the methodology that is being adopted. That is, we conducted face-to-face interview, and the data was analyzed through iteration approach, where we used certain keywords to identify the constructs, and then finally come out with the stage of whether it is a facilitator or inhibitor. So with the findings of the study is that we came with the facilitator factors like usefulness, time saving, less risk, easy to use, price value, and support to social circle, wherein the senior citizens said that it was very easy for them to use it anywhere at any time, and it saved their time, and it was very risky as compared to carrying of huge cash in case of traditional banking, etc. So these sentences were coded into a small keywords, and those keywords were framed into constructs and construct into the two different set, that is facilitator and inhibitor. So the inhibitors include security concerns, cognitive ability, operational constructs, and privacy issues. The suggestion is that the marketers must promote alternative authentication mechanism. Keywords, and those keywords were framed in...
Continue, ma'am, please.
Sir, I guess she left.
Some technical issues.
Hello, ma'am. I'm there. Hello.
Yeah. Ma'am, you're audible. You can present.
Yeah, conclusion of the study. So the study concludes that the purpose of the study was to investigate what are the factors that facilitate and inhibit the senior citizen. So through the research, that provides an explanation why many elderly adults never reach the final adoption phase or never fully accept the technology. So it is predicted through the inhibitor factors, like they are facing privacy issues, security issues, issues relating to cognitive ability, etc. So the marketers and the service providers have to address these issues in order to overcome and make them, digitally inclusive in the society. So the study would also provide academicians and the researchers with empirical data for further studies in various disciplines like IT, marketing, health science, etc. And at the same time, the factors that are being proposed in this study can be used for other researchers for quantitative study, wherein they can use these factors with application of a different models in understanding the behavioral intention or resistance to technology acceptance, etc. The study would report the factors that can enhance the decision-making understanding in framing suitable mobile banking infrastructure. This is for the service providers and the banks, that they can understand what is the problems or the issues that are being faced by the senior citizen in the after using or adopting the technology, what are the problems that they face. So it definitely provides a good insight or information for them to come out with a proper infrastructure that can facilitate the senior citizen.
Ma'am, please
Yeah.
conclude.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. I've come with the conclusion.
Yeah. I seriously can understand, ma'am, Anantalakshmi ma'am, how tough it is to conclude everything within 5 minutes, because I too have a lot of experience like this. But having
Yes,
said
sir.
that, I could sense a lot of good papers in this track session. So I just wanted to contribute one thing with reference to whatever the research which you did. As you mentioned, facilitators and
Yes, sir.
inhibitors. The peer influence can
Yeah.
also be a facilitator, can be an inhibitor also. So the peer groups, example,
Okay.
like 60 years of age, as you are pointing out. So normally they go with friends, they go
Okay.
with the group, right? So at that point of time, there are a lot of discussions happens even with this investment or using mobile for that matter. Sometimes it so happens that the peer
Yes.
influence can be a facilitator and can also be an inhibitor. So if you could,
Yes, sir. Yes, very true.
if you could, put your focus more on that, so that can be another paper and another research which you can do. And more often, I must have to mention here, going forward, all the research will be of mixed methods, and it must be having the support of both quantitative as well as qualitative.
Okay.
Thereby, the research will stand good, because you are trying to put everything into a picture, so that you will not going to leave at any corner point at that point of time.
Okay,
So
sir.
having said that, so I must have to say, good presentation to you. We'll move on to the next one. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to call the next participant, Anusha Nadigar.
Yes, ma'am.
Please present your paper.
I'll share the screen.
Ma'am, sorry, just to interrupt. So what about the other members?
Yeah, we'll call after her, ma'am.
Okay, right.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, you can present.
Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Anusha Nadigar, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, Jain University, Bangalore. I'm a part-time research scholar at Kuvempu University under the able guidance of Professor S. Venkatesh, Chairman, Department of PG Studies and Research in Commerce, Kuvempu University, Shimoga. So my topic is Women Entrepreneurs, Problems Encountered with Special Reference to Telangana State. Introduction. The economies of nearly every nation are seeing significant growth in the number of women-owned businesses. Over the past 10 years, women entrepreneurs have come to be acknowledged as a significant yet underutilized source of economic growth. In addition to creating new jobs for themselves and others, women entrepreneurs also offer society unique solutions to the issues of management, organization, and businesses, as well as to the exploitation of women entrepreneurs. Like many other parts of India, Karnataka's entrepreneurial scene has seen a notable rise in the proportion of women entrepreneurs. With their contributions to innovation, job creation, and general economic growth, women entrepreneurs are becoming increasingly important actors in the state's economic development. Nevertheless, many women entrepreneurs face obstacles along the way that prevent them from succeeding and growing their businesses. Statement of the problem. In every region, women entrepreneurs are essential to its social and economic advancement. Even though many women are pursuing entrepreneurship, they still have to overcome many obstacles that impede the development and management of their businesses. Women entrepreneurs, nevertheless, face a distinct set of issues in Karnataka, a state renowned for its thriving economy and notable advancements in a number of fields. These issues are largely caused by socio-cultural, institutional, or financial impediments. Karnataka's women entrepreneurs confront a number of issues, such as restricted access to capital, poor infrastructure, a dearth of networking and mentoring opportunities, and cultural restrictions that limit their ability to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams. The objective of this study is to investigate the diverse issues faced by women entrepreneurs in Karnataka and offer a comprehension of variables that hinder their entrepreneurial pursuits. The research gap. Numerous research on women entrepreneurs in Karnataka have been conducted according to review of literatures. Nevertheless, the majority of these studies in Karnataka were carried out by other Indian states, not by Karnataka's administrative divisions specifically. Although the approaches used in these investigations differed, the determinants were the same. However, in order to understand the issues facing women entrepreneurs in Karnataka, a limited number of studies have been carried out in the state with the specific focus in mind. These are the objectives of the study: to identify and analyze the challenges faced by women entrepreneurs in running their businesses in Karnataka, to investigate the relationship of education with demographic factors like age, income, entrepreneurial challenges, and their prior entrepreneurial experiences, to ascertain the financial, marketing, production, health, and workplace facility constraints faced by women entrepreneurs in their businesses. These are the hypotheses, and I will talk about these hypotheses with the data. Research methodology. The study is exploratory and descriptive in nature. The study uses primary and secondary data. A systematic questionnaire was distributed to women entrepreneurs in administrative divisions of Karnataka, that is Belgavi, Kalburgi, Mysuru, and Bengaluru, with the aim of collecting primary data on their perspectives and their experiences. Convenient method of sampling was used, and the sample size being 100. Secondary data was collected using web searches, books, magazines, and articles. Chi-square test statistic, percentage analysis, cross-sectional studies were used to analyze the data obtained from this questionnaire. To make the results easier to grasp, tables are utilized to present the data. Here is the table 1, educational qualification and age. The hypothesis being there is no significant association between educational qualification and age of women entrepreneurs. Alpha being 0.05, p-value is 0.02, so a null hypothesis is rejected. Table 2, educational qualification and of the women entrepreneurs and their monthly income. Hypothesis being there is no significant association between educational qualification and monthly income of women entrepreneurs. P-value being 0.01, null hypothesis is rejected, stating there is a significant association between the educational qualification and the monthly income of the women entrepreneurs.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Your time limit is over. Last 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So this is the next one. There is no significant association between educational qualification of women entrepreneurs and their prior entrepreneurial experience. Null hypothesis is accepted as the p-value is more than alpha 0.15. There is no significant association between age of women entrepreneurs and the challenges that they are facing. Again, here the null hypothesis is accepted. There are a few other responses from the women entrepreneurs stating these many problems: gender discrimination, struggle with their education. To get the education, they struggle. They have low risk-bearing capacity. They have technical obsolescence and accompanying costs and finance problems. And they have marketing problems, saying demand in local market. They have tough competition. They are located in a poor location, lack of transit. They are struggling to afford their own vehicles, and they are not much popular in their place. Production problems faced by women entrepreneurs being the raw materials issue, shortage of machinery or equipment, adequate training facilities, which is much required, lack of repair facilities, labor shortage, lack of shop or the place to establish their shops, and machinery and equipment costs are high, so that is their production problem. Health problems also, many of them are common, but majority of them have the health issues mentioned on the screen there: back pain, eye strain, tension, fatigue, joint pain, headache, body ache, BP. Insufficient sleep was the least noted one. Busy schedules and uncomfortable working postures. Workplace facility issues is artificial lighting, which affects their eyes, ventilation problem, and limited space. So the findings of the research is financial limitations, marketing issues, production related issues, more health issues, and artificial lights. These were the common problems, and the policymakers have to, that is the government or the.
Sorry for the interruption, ma'am. Your time is over.
Yes, ma'am, I'm going to the conclusion. The purpose of this study was to learn more about the role that women entrepreneurs play. It is determined that the majority of women entrepreneurs have obstacles related to finances, marketing, production, health, and workplace facilities. The majority struggles with lack of ability to tolerate risk. That was the majority one. Other significant issues include absence of long-term funding, tough market competition, insufficient space for businesses, and their mental health issues. Thank you.
Okay, good presentation, Anusha ma'am. Just one clarification I need with reference to your sampling techniques. So as you mentioned, it is convenient sampling, right? So
Yes, sir.
are these 100 samples belong to the same industry or different industries?
Different, sir.
Okay, if that is the case, the finance pattern for industry A may differ to finance pattern of industry B. And marketing of industry A differ from marketing of industry B. What I mean to say is, like the sample says what you have selected, if it is from one industry, then the conclusion can be of good in terms of like saying it, yeah, so there is a problem with finance, there is a problem with marketing, there is a problem with other logistics for that matter. But when the composition 100 sample for that matter, if they belong to different industries of different age groups or different facilities, then the conclusion may not fit over there because those people belong to different categories. So
Yes.
moving forward, what you can do, the convenient sampling, you can use it, but the thing is, you can divide it like on what industry you are concentrating, because entrepreneur in the sense, it doesn't mean they belong to only one sector, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
they belong to multiple sectors for that matter. So if
Yeah.
you're more clear with what sector they are into, then it will be good. So please take it in a positive way, ma'am. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So next participant, Gautam, yes. Gautam, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
No, sir. It's not visible.
Just a second.
Yes, sir. It's visible. You can present.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Title of the paper: GST collection and settlement between the states and impact on the Indian economy. Paper presenters: Gautam S, Assistant Professor, Shashabram College; Harish G, Assistant Professor; Lokesha, Associate Professor. Introduction. Goods and Services Tax is the biggest indirect tax reform in our country, with the objective of simplifying indirect taxation structure, streamlining tax collection system, and improving transparency and tax compliance in the country. Administrative authority of GST in India is CBIC, that is from the Department of Revenue and Ministry of Finance, Government of India. This is one of the major aspect of the GST administration is collection and settlement of taxes. Goods and Services Tax collection in UP and Karnataka, because we are specifically seeing the concept of UP and Karnataka. Uttar Pradesh is one of the largest state in India, that is in terms of population and also in terms of the economic activity. The state's GST collection has significant growth, leading to the improvement of state. Uttar Pradesh gets GST revenue from industry, agriculture, and retail, which is one of the major source of the revenue. Karnataka, with its rigorous IT structure, manufacturing and service units, as significant contributor to the India's GST revenue collection. Bengaluru, the state capital, is a major economic hub. Large number of startups, corporations, strong service sector is also boosting the GST revenue. The state is encouraging digital payment system and the transparency. continuing part, the settlement and the distribution of GST revenue. GST in India is following dual GST model, that is CGST, SGST, and the IGST part for the interstate transaction. So the whatever the revenue that is collected will be shared between the central and the state government. So we have a GST council where they periodically review and revise the revenue distribution in the country. And the IGST settlement, IGST process ensure the smooth settlement of interstate transactions, especially for the IGST. And it ensures for the balanced regional development, keeping in mind the consumption and the encouraging them for the economic activities across the region. Next, we are moving part for the objectives of the study. We have 3 objectives. First is to examine the trends in the GST collections in Uttar Pradesh as well as in Karnataka from 2020 to 21-22 to 23-24. To understand the settlement of GST among the Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka from the 2 periods, that is from 2021 to 23-24, to totally 4 years assessment year, to assess impact of GST on economic growth of UP and Karnataka. Next scope will be explained by the Lokesh sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. The scope of a study, the study is limited only for Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka state, and the study only covers the period from 2020-21 to 23-24. The literature review, we have covered 4 papers, review papers, and that is Dash SK and Kakalpudi, and then Devnath P 2016 and Dubey Dr. A 2022. The 4 review papers are corrected, and Sachidananda Mukherjee. A research methodology of our paper, research design and data collection. The study is descriptive in nature, and the statistical data is taken from secondary sources through GST website and government reports and publication. GST collection and settlement data of Karnataka and UP for 4 assessment period starting from 2020-21 to 23-24. Comparative analysis is carried out using the statistical application MS Excel and displayed in bar graphs.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is Harish, Assistant Professor from Department of Commerce and Management. So now I'm going to explain the conceptual framework of how we are collecting the GST and settlement of GST. So in order to collect the GST and settlement of GST, what are the factors are influencing for the collection of GST, and on what basis we are going to settlement of GST between the status. So the annual GST collection and gross state domestic product will indicate the collection of GST. So once we have collected the GST, and then on what basis we have made the settlement of GST is based on the growth rate and based on the expenditure of each state, the government will decide the settlement of GST among the status. And when we're moving on to the analysis and interpretation of the study, so the table 3.3.1 indicating that how much the GST is collected and settlement during 2021 financial year or assessment year. So in the collection of GST during 2021, Uttar Pradesh indicating that 59,681 crores of GST collected, and out of that they have got it only 21,580 crores. And when it comes to Karnataka state, so we have collected 75,588.15 crores, but we have got only 14,995 worth of GST from the central government. And this is a bar graph showing that the differences between the Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka based on the collection and settlement of GST. And next, when moving on to the next table indicating that, so the collection of GST and settlement of GST between UP and Karnataka for the year 23-24. Again, this is also in crores. And in the year of 2023-24, Uttar Pradesh have collected 1,01,692 crores of GST, but they have got it only 45,272 crores. But when it comes to the Karnataka, Karnataka has collected 1,45,265 crores.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you please conclude last 1 minute?
Okay, sir. So next, this is also bar graph showing the GST collection and settlement for the 23-24. And this table representing overall 4 years, how much we have Karnataka has collected the GST and how much Uttar Pradesh has collected the GST. And this trend line indicating that the both Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka have experienced the upward trend, substantial growth in the collection of GST from 2021 to 23-24. and Uttar Pradesh gross state value added by economic activity. So this is a table indicating that. So how they have added the value and how they have find out the gross state value added price and how much is the gross state domestic product. This is UP. And similarly, when it comes to Karnataka, so this table indicating that again the per capita GDP and per capita GDP of from year 2021 to 23-24. And these are the some of the findings from our paper. Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka has significant upward growth in GST collection, GST revenue collection. And GST revenue is more because of more manufacturing services and IT sector in Karnataka, and even when compared to UP also. And Karnataka state has highest GST collection than UP, although UP has higher IGST settlement. Next, when it comes to GST funds for its infrastructure, public administration, etc., and then it is also improving for its activities, public service, industries, and business environments. And increased revenue from GST collection has positive impact on economic growth in both the states. And to conclusion, and the GST into collection and settlement in UP and Karnataka, the findings highlights that there is an upward trend in collection of GST in both the states. And GST has led to increased revenue collection, improved compliance, and raised economic growth. And India can improve the effectiveness of GST system, ensuring it continues to economic development and promote balanced regional growth and development. Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka offers valuable inputs for other states and regions, contributing to the overall achievement of GST as a promoter of Indian economic transformation. And these are the some of the references, and these are the some of the references we have done, and websites we have gone through to collect our data. Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much. Collectively, you have done a good job. The thing which I wanted to mention here is why such differences exist, even though there is a payment. Because recently the issue is going with Karnataka government as well, where the settlement is not happened. Even though we are paying so much of money, still we are getting less. So why such differences? That can be the further thing which you can do. And also, when we do allotment of GST on various things, example like when we get 20 to 50, 25,000 crores for that matter, how are we allotting? Example, as you mentioned, they are allotting on infrastructure, they are allotting on public services. How much in turn it is giving a return? So if you could make an analysis out of it, that can be the better thing. Example, like if I wanted to point out, if they are fetching more money on infrastructure projects, how those infrastructure projects are giving in return money to government, so that the money, whatever they are collecting, can be utilized for other purposes. That can also be used for further research. So that is my contribution to your research. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The next participant, Anusha HR.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Just give me 1 minute. I'm just going to share the screen.
Yeah, ma'am.
Screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. My topic and the title is Understanding Consumer Perception in AI-Driven Recommendation System. It is a conceptual research framework. And authors, Smriti S. Bhatt and Anusha HR from Department of Commerce and Management, Seshadripuram College. When we look into the entire, the buzzword, whatever we are hearing from many, days, that is AI, artificial intelligence, and it has revolutionized in many industries, and including marketing and consumers. So here in this study, I just want to make a note that we are going to just intersect the two dynamic field here, that is AI-driven technology, artificial intelligence-driven technology, and how it has a contribution towards the consumer behavior for the long run, not for the short term. And AI-driven technologies, which is ranging recommendation system to chatbots and predictive analytics, which have become a kind of integral components of consumer experiences. And this is going to definitely has a say on the consumer attitudes, consumer perceptions, consumer behavioral changes with respect to the buying of one particular product. So we have done almost 70 papers literature review. It is basically a literature review paper, the conceptual paper, and out of which we have got this particular research gap. One notable research gap is that lack of research which is examining the long-term effect of the AI-driven intervention, especially on the consumer perceptions and attitudes. So everybody are doing, I mean, you can see many researchers with respect to the AI for the short-term interventions, but not for the long-term intervention. But this, research and the conceptual framework will definitely give us a phase for us to understand the long-term effect of the AI driven intervention with respect to the consumer perceptions and attitudes. And research should concentrate deeper into the issues such as transparency, fairness, and the accountability, and even the AI algorithms to ensure the consumer trust and the potential harms. This is also another one factor which we have found it from the overall literature review. So overall, these are the very important points that I would like to highlight here. From the literature review, we got these many gaps, and based on that, it will definitely give us, it is a thematic analysis, sir. I would like to just mention it is a thematic analysis that we have done it with the 70 literature review, 70 citations and, literature review overall. And when it comes to the conceptual framework, I would like to highlight here, we have got, I mean, based on the literature review, what we have just done it, based on that, we have categorized some of the variables here. One is, you can see the concepts and the relationship. First of all, AI technologies, and we have also found out some of the variables of the interest for our further study. And the variables which interact with each other, and we have also formulated some of the hypotheses with respect to AI technology is one relationship, and we are also trying to build a relationship between consumer perceptions by understanding the variables like perceived usefulness, ease of use, trustworthiness, and the accuracy. And with respect to that, we have formulated some, one hypothesis there, and attitude towards AI. Overall, we are going to analyze the behavioral factor of a consumer. So it is also another one variable, and we are going to, try to build a relationship between concepts and the relationship. And another one is trust in the AI. So how far the consumers are going to have the trust. And this particular paper is majorly focusing on the long-term, AI intervention, not for the short term. And these are some of the hypotheses which we have formulated with the literature, with the help of literature review for our further study to create a model. And when it comes to the conclusion, yes, I would like to just highlight here that there is a, instinct relationship between the AI technologies and the consumer perceptions, attitudes, trust, satisfaction, and the behavioral intervention in the context of AI-driven recommendation systems. And now that many consumers, since it is a consumer-driven market, so it emphasizes the significance of understanding the consumer perceptions in the design of implementation of such mechanism with respect to the AI tool, highlighting several points here. Firstly, paper underscores the pivotal role of the consumer perceptions in shaping the success of AI recommendation system. And secondly, the paper discusses how consumer attitude towards AI influence the artificial intelligence technologies. And thirdly, the paper highlights the importance of trusts in AI driving satisfaction with AI, systems trustworthy of artificial intelligence system, which have a kind of predictability contributing to a positive set of outcomes among the consumers. So I would also like to just showcase the paper here. This is the thematic analysis that we have done it. This is the conceptual framework along with the hypothesis which I was just referring. and the conceptual framework with respect to this, and the research gap. And we have found out, and it is majorly we are focusing on the long-term intervention with respect to the AI recommendation system, which is going to help the consumers in terms of taking their decisions in terms of buying behavior. So this will definitely give us a phase for us to build a model in the future days. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Anusha. I have a few things to mention here. So first of all,
Yes, sir.
thematic analysis is quite new. Most of them will not do. They only concentrate on primary research or secondary research.
Yes.
They'll not go with meta-analysis, thematic analysis likewise. You have done a good
Yes.
job along with one more co-member along with you. So I just wanted to put two more points so that it can be taken if you
For the
want.
further. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, definitely,
So
sir.
one
Why
is, as you said, AI driven is taking customers positively. Sometimes I also feel that. So most of us, those who order online for that matter,
Yes.
they are just going back to traditional shops instead of ordering through online.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
AI driven is also asking customers to go back to the
Go
traditional
back
shop and
to
purchase. So that can be one thing which you can take. And
Yes, definitely, sir.
there is something called like interdisciplinary which you can do in your study, that is diminishing marginal utility. So what I'm trying to say is when the company use more amount of algorithm, like the moment once we type something in Instagram, it appears in Facebook, it appears in
Yes.
two other
Yes.
platforms. So there will be a point where in which we feel somewhat like, okay, that's enough of social media, or enough of chatbot, or enough of AI. So we may face one. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are.
Yes. So we may face one, I can say a stance wherein which this AI is enough, and all the facilities what they are providing is enough. That leads to something called diminishing marginal utility. So as the point or the concept talks about, so you can take that also for the purpose of understanding how exactly pushing more of AI driven can also lead to customers who are having a conception of ordering online and they're going back to offline. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the suggestion, sir. I would definitely take those suggestions for my further study. Thank you.
Thank you, Anusha ma'am. Thank you, sir. The next participant, Krunal.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Kunal Rajguru, research scholar, Saurashtra University, and my guide is Dr. Pratap Singh Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, Guru Gobind University. My topic for today is Reserve Bank of India, reforms in India, a vital role. So basically, my topic is what is the role of RBI for reforms in India? So here is the abstract. Wide-ranging differences comes across by the reform initiative, which are causing a transformation in Indian banking. Given this construct, invention as a suitable and effective banking system is the main goal of the financial sector reform. One of the main risks of the goal development of the banking industry has been identified as a fraud, the RBI's fraud guidelines mandate, among other things. That bank implements the requisite protection and preventive measures through internal checks and procedures to prevent or minimize the occurrence of fraud and the resulting financial loss to the bank. The financial industry is essential to the economy since banks are the mainly placed in it. Given the competitive advantages, the Indian industry has gained this field, set massive productivity, boost and room to grow. Government entities have made significant progress towards reforms, but given their widespread presence and certain institutional limitations, more reforms is preferable. The following is the attempt to summarize the action taken by the RBI. So these are the effects of resulting in the banking area in India. It may be said that the banking industry has benefited from participating reforms. India has taken the lead in enhancing loan availability through the recently foundation domestic banks, international banks, and intermediaries that reasonable banks. The increase in the borrowing on the formulation of monetary policy, the exemption of the public debt market has also given a benchmark to follow. The infrastructure of technology has evolved the modern communication, networking, and information technology with over 75% of all assets in the financial sector under their control. State-owned banks tend to gain recently proposed reforms. They eliminated restrictions on banks, required cash reserve ratio (CR) and the statutory liquidity ratio (SLR), and it increases the central bank's authority to determine the limitations. We will move to the next slide. So these are some improvements, announcement reforms prior to 2006, after 4 years, and after 2023. Arrangements related to the outside institution, FDI in private banks. So we can see that benches only at 49%, and after 4 years, divisions of wholly owned subsidiaries, 74% of the industrial, which is regular by RBI. So after 2023, financial arrangements until 26% of paid in capital being held registration in Indian, and in FDI in private banks it is 74%. So these are some references which I had taken for the paper, and thank you.
Okay, Kunal sir, good presentation, but I just wanted to mention few things here. Whatever you have mentioned as improvements, take that as a question and ask the stakeholders whether the improvement is having any kind of a added advantage or not.
Right, sir.
So as you pointed out, like FDI allowed or new age of bankings have been taken into consideration, or whatever the reforms which have happened over a period of time. Are these in real that there is some improvement happening in the country in
Yes,
terms
sir.
of like stakeholders' opinion you can take?
Yes,
So
sir.
that can be your further research, which you can take it in a positive way.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kunal sir. Next, Jeet Madani. Next participant, Jeet Madani.
Okay, ma'am. We request all the presenters to kindly fill the Google feedback form.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Jeet Madani. I'm research scholar from Gujarat Technological University, and Dr. Shakina Munshi is my guide of my PhD. So today's presentation, the topic of my presentation is artificial intelligence in the hospitality sector, especially in the healthcare area. So if we want to define artificial intelligence, it is quite easy, and it is like the system or program which imitates human behavior at every point of life cycle. This is what artificial intelligence is. So here, as you can see, in this study, I have collected data from secondary sources, and I have tried out to identify that what are the recent developments of the subject, that is artificial intelligence, which will going to add the value into healthcare industry. So in the introduction phase, we can say that in healthcare industry, nowadays, many human errors may occur, and many human errors, all the organization, especially hospitals and doctors, want to minimize the human errors because it generates devastating results into patient's history and as well as to cure the patient. So the objective of the study is to identify the scope of artificial intelligence in the field of healthcare industry. So, as I have said, I have collected the data from various journal articles, and the journals includes from Emerald Insights, Taylor and Francis, and Wiley Publishers. So, the table that you are seeing on the screen is one of the most important table with respect to AI and healthcare industry. So, here there are 4 quadrants. Let's start with very basic quadrant, which is there on the upper left corner, which says that it is assisted by intelligence. So here, human intervention will be there, and AI system will synchronize with humans, and it will going to assist the patients to make clinical decisions. Now, if we move ahead, with right hand side, you can see in very upper right corner that it says that automated intelligence. Now here, automation of manual and cognitive clinical tasks that can include into our routine, like day-to-day life, can be included here. Now, if we say that less human intervention will be there, so you can see on lower left corner, which says that it is augmented intelligence, where adaptive systems will be there, which will going to augment human clinical decisions to make that decisions effective. Like it will going to generate virtual, let's say, environment for patients, that if they are going to choose this option, future picture will be such. Here we can include the example of other field also. Let's say IKEA, which is one of the furniture providing company internationally. They also use augmented reality to provide or to sell their furnitures. And we can also add the example of Lenskart, which again uses augmented reality to, like, they will going to scan your face, and after scanning the face, they'll going to generate the augmented picture, that if you choose any of the frame from the below mentioned types, your face will going to look like that. And the last quadrant that you are seeing on the screen, that says that it is totally autonomous. AI system will going to take decision, and it will going to act without any human assistance. Now, these are some statistical data which I have gathered, which is totally related to, again, healthcare sector. So if you want to conclude here, that we can say that here at this stage, still AI in this developing stage, AI is still getting more information. Like it needs more tests, and it needs more validity in terms of healthcare, because the data that we are feeding to the program or to the software, it might possible that that data can be biased, and that data can be breached also. So hence I am concluding here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you so much, Madani Ji, sir. I think I pronounced you right. So thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. So I have few things to mention here. One is all cutting edge technologies are happening at healthcare sector. So which is quite opt as well as necessary to do various kinds of, like, research or profound research in that area. And the second thing which I wanted to mention is the predictive analytics based on time series data. So as you pointed out clearly, there are a lot of clinical decisions happen at hospital, right? So these clinical decisions may not be standard sometimes. It depends on patient, and it depends on the doctor and other staff, right? So how exactly we can be in a position to take those data and analyze a pattern in such a way that it can be used for future. So for this, there is always a better way that we can use artificial neural networks in order to understand how exactly the clinical decisions will going to have an impact.
True, sir. True.
So that can be taken into consideration for your further research. Anyway, sir, nice presentation and best wishes to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And the last participant, Divya Shri R.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, one second. I'll be sharing the screen. Is the screen sharing visible?
No, ma'am.
One screen. I hope it is visible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. So I'm Devyashree R and also co-authored by Dr. Malika Adrias, Associate Professor from Socioeconomic College. The topic of the today's is on AI-driven evidence-based design in hospitals, which is a systematic review with perspective of India. So here I've taken EBD, which is called as evidence-based design, which is basically a method of data collection. That is a scientific method of data collection. But what we are here with the topic is on AI-driven evidence-based design in the hospitals. As we know that artificial intelligence is having a very growing impact on the healthcare sectors in India, and how the evidence-based design in the practice by using the scientific methods will guide us. So AI that can be taken to support as an EBD in hospitals, they have a number of ways, that is including the patient's education, it could be the clinical decision supports which happens, or it could be a systematic review which happens through all this. So objective of the study is what we have identified as to study the adoption or the implementation of AI-driven EBD in the hospitals. And secondly, to examine the key challenges for the implementation of AI in EBD in hospitals. So the following are the research gaps which were identified, such as the data quality and integration, algorithms, explainability as well as the trust, and human AI collaboration and workflow integration, and the impact of assessment and long-term effects. As I said to you, this is a literature review paper, and these are the outcomes of the review. So already AI has been implemented in various domains of the hospitality, that is to analyze the patient flow pattern over the rooms, because our main concentration is here on the EBD. And they also have started to use the sensor data in order to improvise the environmental factors. It could be the lighting settings, or it could be the noise modulations, which have direct impact on the patient's healing. And further, it is predicting staff needs were also being identified here, where designing of the workspace can be included for the further improvisation. And other also outcomes were also identified with this effect have a speedy recovery of the patients, and rates of the hospitals have where the infections level can also be reduced, and even the stress factors of the staffs were also being considered here. As this is a literature review paper, such methodology adopted as totally a secondary sources. And these are the key research problem which was identified. Data security as well as the privacy issues, which was a major concern. And secondly, integration with the existing hospital workflows, which happens to each and every hospital. So in India, has the hospitals categories are larger when compared to the other parts of the world. We have a government hospitals, we have private hospitals, we have NGO hospitals. So integration of these hospitals where the AI with the evidence-based design will be a major concern of the research. And then the regulatory framework with regard to AI, we doesn't have any specific regulatory framework as given by the Government of India. It is just an early stage of implementation of this. So these are the basic research problems which I could identify with my literature review. So coming to the findings with regard to the two objectives, firstly with the implementation of AI-driven EBD, as I told you, it is still at the earlier stages. So AI, which evidence-based design for the hospitals in India, they are not specified with the hospital type adopting widely, because there are a number of factors that will try to influence, such as it could be focus on the innovation, or it could be the resource availability, or it could be even the government initiative, which adds on this point. And other factors are such could be a data collection, analysis, risk prediction, and even the clinical decision support and simulation as well as the modeling is also one of the gaps which has been identified here. In order to identify the key challenges, very few have just presented on the PPT, but we have more actually. So with regard to data access and quality, which speaks about the cost effectiveness, implementing and maintaining AI EBD systems will be more expensive for the hospitals. And we have challenges with regard to scalability and generability, where AI models often requires a large data set for training the staffs, and the research is also been needed to develop this kind of modules that will be effectively scaled and generalized across the different type of hospitals over the patient's population. And the next key challenges are the cyber security issues. The hospitals handle very sensitive data of the patients. So research has to be robust in case of cyber security issues are concerned. With regard to the human factors as well as the challenge management is also concerned here as one of the key challenges. That is clinical training and education. Healthcare professionals, they need a training to understand how effectively this can be utilized. That is AI and EBD recommendations, which has to go for the training development part. And the organizational structure as well as the leadership will also have a key challenges in order to adopt the AI-driven in the hospitality industry. And workflow distribution also is one of the major constraints that restricts to the challenges. So introduction of AI can disturb the existing workflow, and the research is needed on optimizing workflow distribution and developing strategies to address the potential resistance to come over with the change in hospital. And we have more challenges, that is a standardized metric for success. So currently we lack in the standardized metric in order to evaluate the success of AI EBD systems in hospital. So therefore, research has to be conducted on developing performance metrics to objectively assess the impact of the patient care, a clinical workflow, or it could be the overall hospital efficiency. On a long term, even the long-term sustainability and ROI, that is return on investment, research is also be needed to upgrade on AI EBD systems. So on a conclusion, I would like to conclude that overall AI-driven EBD aims to create hospitals that are not only well-equipped, but also strategically designed to deliver the best possible care while maximizing the efficiency and minimizing the cost. Further, the Indian government and healthcare institutions are actively exploring the AI's potentials. An initiative like the Niti Aayog strategy on AI for the healthcare shows a promising note to have a more effective progression in AI-driven EBD for hospitals, and this might be in the upcoming years. So by addressing these challenges, as well as with conclusion, I like to conclude that the researchers can pave the way for responsible and effective implementation of AI to improve the patient outcome and hospitality as well as the efficiency. Thank you.
Okay, Divyashri ma'am, thank you so much for the insight with reference to EBD model. I have 2 points here, which
Yes,
I think it can be a good contribution to your further research. One is
Yes,
staff stress and burnout. So on one of the platforms where I had been as a participant, so I just got to know that. So there were, I mean, ex-hospital had developed around 30 to 35 simulations with reference to patient who gets admitted to hospital and how exactly staff will going to behave with them. They couldn't have, as you said, they didn't had the standard metrics wherein which how exactly staff has to react in case of
Yes.
any uncertainties or anything for that matter. So what you can do is you can give more stress, because I'm mentioning the stress here again. So you have to give more stress on staff stress and burnout. That can be of one of the good behavioral study which you can take up in understanding different models, or you can develop different simulations out of it and say how exactly it can be improved over a period of time. No doubt the other technologies happens through by collecting data. You can have models, you can have simulations, but when it comes to human intervention, this human intervention tend to change over a period of time. How exactly we can be in a position to develop a very good metric out of it, and that can be a very good contribution by your side to the hospital sector. So that is my point, and best wishes to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Divya ma'am. With this, we conclude the second day conference, international conference. I request all the participants to switch on their camera for a photo. I request all the participants
to switch on their camera for a photo. Thank you. In the chat box, feedback link is posted. Please fill the feedback form. Now I request our chairperson, Swaminath sir, to talk a few words about this session, sir.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Seshadripuram College for a wonderful opportunity to chair the session. And I must have to say all the presenters have presented their views to the best extent. Only thing is time is considered to be a shortfall where they couldn't be in a position to complete everything on time. Having said that, I have 2 points to mention here. One is when you are presenting a research paper, please make sure that you will not going to have 4 to 5 objectives to cover. You can have one objective. With that one objective only, you can dwell deep into it, and you can have a lot of analysis taking into consideration of various demographic backgrounds or whatever you wanted to include, so that you can have one objective, concentrate on one objective, get the complete insight out of it. Second thing, when you are presenting your research paper, as I presented on many occasions for that matter, have been told always to have a relationship with one another. Example, when you are stating your research, you must have to state what exactly the purpose of why you have taken this research, what are all the objectives which you have formed in order to go further, and how you are trying to achieve, whether you are framing a hypothesis or you are going by secondary data or you are going by time series data or cross-sectional data or whatever you format. So when you are sure with that, obviously you will going to get something called findings, and the findings are considered to be important. Ultimately, the social economic problem is taken into consideration, whether it is taken or not. And the second important point is whether your research is contributing something to the society. So that is what is most important. So having said that, so all the presenters have presented really well. And I must have to say, all the papers are best papers as per me, because they're trying their best in terms of giving what they know, or doing what they have achieved over a period of time. And one final quick suggestion which I wanted to mention is, please don't prepare a research paper or a research article when when you get something called conference invitation. It is not like that. So you must have to start research now only, and you must have to continue over a period of time. And whenever you get a platform, please submit there. It might be a 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever it is. Please don't prepare only for the sake of conference. Please do it for the sake of research, which will going to satisfy you. So thank you so much to all the participants, and thanks to all the organizing team. They have organized it very well. And Seshadripuram College is always doing a good job. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll definitely consider all your insight in further work. Now I would like to call Dr. Malika ma'am to take over the session.
Thank you, Smriti ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Seshadripuram Educational Trust, Seshadripuram College, and Primact Foundation, I, Dr. Malika DS, Associate Professor of the Department of Commerce and Management, would like to take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks in today's session. First and foremost, my heartfelt thanks goes to the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Swaminath S., who took out his time from his busy schedule and agreed to chair the session. Sir has provided valuable suggestions and inputs for our paper presenters out of his profound knowledge and expertise in the subjects. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation and chairing the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wholeheartedly thank all the paper presenters for actively taking part in the conference. We wish you support us in the same way in our future conferences. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I thank my co-rapporteurs and track in charge faculty, Ms. Smriti S. Bhatt and Mr. Bharat C. for the support extended. Thank you all. I thank one and all in this occasion. I request all of you to be present for the valedictory session, which will commence by 1:40 p.m. Thank you.
ವರ್ಕ್ ಡೈರಿನಲ್ಲಿ
Dear participants, the valedictory session function will start in another 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, am I audible?
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಮೌತ್ ಇಂದ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೋಬಹುದು ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮಲೇಶ ಮಂಜೇಶಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹಾಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೆಲವು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಸ್ಲೋ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can we start now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Speaker Becca.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, participants, and my dear colleagues. I quote, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. I, Reshma KP, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, emit the great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of two-day virtual international multidisciplinary conference, Revamping the Future Skills Terrain, Building World 5.0, organized by Socioeconomic College in association with Primax Foundation. Since past 2 days, we have witnessed an incredible convergence of ideas, insights, and innovations. Each session has enriched our understanding and provided us new perspectives to tackle the challenges ahead. Each moment has been a testament to the wealth of knowledge and expertise gathered here. To begin with, I request Srimati Varshini SK, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, to welcome the gathering and to introduce that request. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Reshma. Good afternoon, all. I quote, "Growth is never by mere chance. It is result of forces working together." James Cash Penney with this quote, I, Varshini SK, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, feel highly honored and privileged to welcome you all for Valedictory program of two-day virtual international multidisciplinary conference on revamping the future skills spreading, building world 5.0. Firstly, I would like to introduce and welcome our chief guest, Sri Prabhakar KS, founder and CEO of Sri Tax Chamber, which provides advisory services such as income tax, goods and services tax, custom and international tax. In less than a decade, it clientele includes lower strata to high net worth individuals to domestic to multinational corporate entities. Sri Prabhakar is a budding tax research scholar and recipient of prestigious IBFD Amsterdam, Netherlands Student Travel Grant 2023. He has published more than 180 articles in India's leading print tax law weeklies, fortnightlies, monthlies, including Taxman, Corporate Professional Today, Goods and Service Tax Cases, GST Law Times, Exercise Law Times, and GST Professionals Today. He writes regular columns featuring timely tax in Deccan Herald. He also gives personal expert views regularly in Business Today and the Economic Times Mint. He has presented numerous tax papers in various international and national journals held in prestigious law schools across India. Sir, on behalf of Shisharipuram Group of Educational Institutions and Shisharipuram College, I would like to welcome you to this validity section. Welcome, sir. Secondly, I would like to welcome M.S. Nataraj, Honorary Assistant Secretary, Shisharipuram Group of Educational Institutions and Chairman Governing Council, Shisharipuram College. Welcome, sir. Now, I welcome Professor T. Rajeshwari, President, Primax Foundation. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to welcome our amiable Principal, Dr. B.G. Bhaskara. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Bhargavi Vyan, Director, PG Department, Commerce, Dr. Chitra Shashidhar, Director, PG Department of Business Management, Professor Veena R, Coordinator, PG Department of Computer Applications. Welcome all. I also welcome the heads of various departments. I welcome our Office Superintendent, Srimati Savita Bhai. Welcome, ma'am. I also welcome all teaching and non-teaching faculty. I welcome you all. I also take this privilege to welcome Dr. Priyadarshini, IQAC Coordinator, Srimati Kritika Raj and Srimati Kavita Ji, Conveners of Conference Committee, and my co-organizing secretary, Srimati Purnima. Welcome all. I extend my warm welcome to all the conference working committee members. Last but not the least, I welcome the chairpersons of various tracks and the presenters of participating institutions. I welcome you all. Thank you. Over to you, Reshma.
Thank you, ma'am. As we near to the conclusion of our conference, it is essential to reflect on the key highlights and outcomes from our sessions. To provide us with a comprehensive overview, I would like to invite Dr. Priyadarshini, IQAC Coordinator, Shishadripuram College, to present the conference report. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Priyadarshini N, IQAC Coordinator and Assistant Professor from Postgraduate Department of MBA. This report is intended to provide a detailed overview on the two-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference, Revamping the Future Skills Terrain, Building World 5.0 23-24, organized by Sheshadripuram College on 28th and 29th of May 2024. The objective of organizing the international conference was to provide an outline platform for the research scholars, academicians, industry delegates, corporate, professional, and students to participate in research activity and to share their insights. Also, to provide a network professional development for the researchers. The one day of two-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference commenced after the inaugural event with 5 tracks for the day on 28th of May 2024. The first track under the banner was scheduled at 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The first track chairperson was Dr. Padmaja V, Principal MLA Academy of Higher Learning, Bengaluru. The total number of participants in the first track was 14, and the total number of presenters were 11, who presented enthusiastic research on digital marketing, AI and management, and employee branding in industry, and other certain indulging themes. The hosting track in charge were Ms. Reshma KP and Srimati Chaitra D, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce and Management. The chairperson of second track was Mr. Ganesh SR, Assistant Professor Coordinator, Department of Commerce, Karnataka State, Akka Mahadevi Women's University, Vijayapura. 12 participants have been presented their papers on various topics from commerce and management, inclusive of empowering financial access in MSMEs. The track in charge for track 2 were Dr. Hemalata P and Usha C, Assistant Professors, Department of Commerce and Management. The third track was presented by Department of Samskrita. The chairperson of the track was Dr. S. Ranganath, author, poet, scholar, language expert, ex-director, RV Institute of Sanskrit Studies, NMK RV College for Women, Bengaluru. The track hosted 11 papers from different well-known universities across India. The research papers voiced perspective with a blend of Dharma, Indic knowledge, relevance of Samskrita as a language in this era. The track in charge were Professor S. Muralidharan Sharma, Head, Department of Sanskrit, and Srimati Anusha HR, Department of Commerce and Management. The fourth track for the day was hosted by the Department of Kannada. The chairperson of the track was Dr. Prema Siddharaju, Principal, SJRC College. A total of 5 research papers were presented on Kannada subjects. These research papers were about the life skills in literature, language skills in teaching. The track in charge was Srimati Archana Tejaswini, Associate Professor, Department of Kannada. The fifth track for the day was hosted by the Department of Physical Education. The chairperson of the track was Dr. Shrikant, Director of Physical Education, Bengaluru North University. The total number of participants in the track were 7, and the total number of presenters were 2. The track in charge were Mrs. Bhagyashri N, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, and Lieutenant Karthik, Director, Department of Physical Education, Associate NCC Officer. This marked the conclusion on day 1 of the international conference. The second day of 2-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference commenced after the inaugural event with 5 tracks for the day on 29th of May 2024. The first track for the day 2 was hosted by the Department of English. The chairperson of the track was Dr. Prasanna Utpikar, Associate Professor, Vice Principal, Head, English Department, VVN College, Bengaluru. The total number of participants in track were 8, and total number of presenters were 5. The track in charge was Srimati Shashireka WR, Assistant Professor, and Ms. Kausalya Devi Himani, Assistant Professor, Department of English. The second track for the day was hosted by the Department of Computer Science. The chairperson of the track was Dr. D. Ramesh, Professor and Head, Department of Master of Computer Applications, Sri Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Tumkuru. The session started with 3 papers, and the presentation covered areas which included ChatGPT on student engagement, to name a few. The track in charge was Srimati Rajeshwari B, Assistant Professor, Head, Department of Computer Science, Srimati Sujata PV, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science. Simultaneously, the Department of Hindi hosted the second track. The chairperson for the second track was Dr. Pushpa K, Associate Professor, Department of Hindi, Bangalore University. There were 8 presenters, all research papers of different topics like Kaushal Kshetra Mein Sabka Kya Upyog, to name a few. And the track in charge for the session was Dr. S.N. Shastri and Dr. Soumya BL, Department of Hindi. Track
3 was hosted by the Department of Commerce and Management. The chairperson was Dr. P. Paramashivaya, Senior Professor and Chairman, Department of Studies and Research in Commerce, Tumkuru University, Tumkur. There were 12 presenters. The track in charge was Srimati Shruti C., Assistant Professor, and Miss Niratana N., Assistant Professor from the Department of Commerce and Management. The last track was also hosted by the Commerce and Management Department and had 12 presenters. The chairperson for the track was Dr. S. Swaminath, Assistant Professor, SFGC, Sakrepatna, Executive Committee at Indian Accounting Associate Member, Karnataka Chapter. This concludes the 2-day international virtual conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your detailed information about the 2-day conference. Dear participants, your suggestions are crucial for us in enhancing the quality and effectiveness of our future events to make it more successful. I now request Keith Madhani, a research scholar from Gujarat Technological University, from the track of Commerce and Management, to give your valuable feedback, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, and I want to thank Seshadripuram College, respected principal sir, and the team that you people have done tremendous job. I want to recall the experience that I got from the team, especially Kritika ma'am. I was constantly in touch with the madam. The technical errors that I have encountered during this journey of registration and getting the links and all, she facilitated each and every information at every stage without asking a single question. And I felt quite smooth journey up to the end of the conference. Like we also organize conference in our state, and I do know the hard work that every team has to admit to make this event successful. So that's it from my side. I request the management and principal sir and college also that you please do arrange such kind of conferences in future. We'll definitely going to participate in such a good conference. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to giving the feedback. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Definitely we'll do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of appreciation. I now request Ms. Yogeshwari, research scholar from Avinashalingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, from the track of Commerce and Management, to share a few words. Over to you, ma'am. Yogeshwari, ma'am. Ma'am, we are not able to hear you. I now request Dr. Satyamangala Mahadeva, Assistant Professor, Sheshadripuram Evening Degree College, from the track of Kannada, to give your feedback.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ನಾನು ಶೇಷಾದ್ರಿಪುರಂ ಸಂಜಯ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಡೆದ ಅಂತರ್ಶಿಸ್ತೀಯ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಡೀತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನ ನಾನೀಗಾಗಲೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಶಿಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಚನಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದಂತ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಅತ್ಯಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಂದೊಂದು ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರನ್ನ ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಜೀವನ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರನ್ನ ತಲುಪುವಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestion. Now, it is time to announce the names of Best Paper Award. This award recognizes outstanding research and significant contribution to the field, showcasing excellence and innovation. I request our beloved principal, Dr. B.T. Bhaskara, sir, to announce the Best Paper Award. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And indeed, I am happy to announce the results of Best Paper Award from each track. Track 1, Smita K. Ganta and Professor A.R. Subramaniam, an assessment of stress management of female bank workers of Vijayawada city. Congratulations. And second paper in the same track, Mr. Siddhalingeshwara S. and Mr. Siddhalingeshwara S. and Ms. Shaini M.U. A study on the impact of merger and acquisition on financial performance of selected banks in India pre and post merger. Congratulations. Then track 2, Sushmita V. An empirical analysis of service quality among commuters of South Zone Metro Rail, India. Congratulations. Track 3, Sanskrit, Dr. Naveen Bhatt, Shiksha Shastranusaram Samskrita Bhasha Kaushalya Vikas. Congratulations. Track 4, Kannada, Dr. Satyamangala Mahadev, ವಚನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವನ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯದ ಆಯಾಮಗಳು. Congratulations. Track 5, Physical Education, Maruta Muthu K. Impact of adopted physical activities on selected physiological variables among students with hearing impairment. Congratulations. And on day 2 today, track 3, Commerce and Management, Jyoti and Dr. Surabhi Kapoor, Unleashing Digital Leadership, Improving Employee Performance and Business Success. Congratulations. Track 4, Commerce and Management, Shalini MS, Banking 5.0, Factors Affecting Adoption of New Banks in India Using EFA SEM Approach. Congratulations. Track 3, English, Neetu Mary Abraham, Addressing Injustice in Male Domestic Abuse, Understanding the Injustice and Need for Interpretative Resources. Congratulations, ma'am. And track 4, Hindi, Dr. Soumya BL, Hindi Language in Globalization. Congratulations, ma'am. Track 5, Computer Science, Mr. Avadesh Kumar Meena and Dr. Harpreet Singh, Analyzing the Influence of ChatGPT on Student Emergent and Participation in Academic Setting, a case study. Congratulations. And I once again congratulate all the Best Paper awardees. Congratulations and thanks for participating in our today virtual international conference. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all the winners. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri Prabhakar KS, tax professional, founder, and CEO, Shri Tax Chambers, to provide keynote address for valedictory session. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Yes, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to be here
Yes. I am directed. Hello. Hello. It's audible, sir. I am delighted to be here to deliver the validity address of this two-day virtual multidisciplinary international conference that emphasizes the fifth industrial revolution, which aims beyond efficiency, productivity, role, and contribution of industry to society issues, challenges, and opportunities. The role of skilling, reskilling, and upskilling for the coming decades. I note that the deliberations of this conference have focused on a key theme, revamping future skills, under several sub-themes, to name accounting and auditing, finance and banking, human resources and marketing, information technology, general management, physical education and sports, library, and among others. For the deliberations, I would like to throw some light on the central government's timely initiatives. In May 2014, the central government created an exclusive ministry, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. That is responsible for the coordination of all skill development efforts across the country. It overlooks the issues of industrial training, apprenticeship, and other skill development responsibilities. Further, it aims to remove the disconnect between demand, supply of skilled manpower to build new skills and innovative thinking, not only for existing jobs, but also for jobs that are going to be created in the future. It's a short-term training scheme, includes Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 3.0, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 2.0, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Kendras, and Jana Shikshan Samsthan. Its long-term training scheme includes Craftsman Training Scheme, Crafts Instructor Training Scheme, Advanced Vocational Training Scheme, Vocational Training Scheme for women, initiatives for upgradation of ITIs, polytechnics, and others. Other schemes and initiatives are Sankalp, Aspirational Skilling Abhiyan, Rozgar Mela, Indian Institute of Skills, and Skill Loan Scheme. Another initiative is Skill India. It is a mission to broaden, improve the future life of the students. This mission is promoting multiple skill-related programs from information technology to personality development. As per the Union Budget 2024 interim documents, a total of 1.4 crore youth trained, including 54 lakh youth were upskilled and reskilled under this mission. The aforesaid ministry is implementing various skill development programs through training centers across the country. Training centers point of view, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, about 3,400 centers, Jana Shikshana Samsthan, about 300 centers, and Industrial Training Institutes, that is ITIs, about 14,950 plus centers across country. Model aspirational skill centers, known as Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra, established in every district. That are most around 720 centers currently operational. Third one is SDC, National Skill Development Corporation, under the Future of Work initiative, has designed and developed a qualification packs across 9 emerging technologies such as cyber security, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, blockchain, robotic process automation, Internet of Things, virtual reality, and social and mobile application. Under Future Skills platform, a learner can seamlessly access free and paid content, assessments, virtual labs, and get certificates in his chosen skill set of. Future Skills focuses on 155 plus skill spanning 70 plus job roles and 9 emerging technologies. The program aims to reskill 20 lakh professionals, potential employees, and students in the industry over 5 years. So far, 55,000 candidates have been trained under the Future Skills program. Another initiative is Skill Universities. The National Education Policy 2020 provides much needed integration of mainstream education and vocational education with the multiple entries and exits with the certification. Currently, there are 5 public skill universities in Assam, Delhi, Haryana, and Maharashtra, and 9 private universities in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, West Bengal, Sikkim, and Maharashtra. Another initiative is the National Credit Framework to fulfill the vision of National Education Policy 2020 of making education more holistic, effective, and integrating general academic. Integrating general academic education with vocational education, the central government has come out with the National Credit Framework. The framework is expected to fulfill the following objectives: removal of distinction between general and vocational education, establish equivalence between general and vocational training, skilling education, enable mobility between and within general and vocational education, training, and skilling, enabling lifelong learning through multiple entry and exit options, integrate education, skilling, and work experience. Nevertheless, there are challenges: lack of awareness, lack of awareness, weak industrial link, societal perception, funding, and infrastructure, among others. The new central government shall address these issues as an war foot with a renewed multifaceted approach, greater private sector partnership, increase in awareness, well-equipped trainers, improved training quality, and most importantly, regular assessment of outcomes. Vikasit Bharat. Next important thing is Vikasit Bharat. It is the current central government's roadmap to make India a developed nation by 2024. That is when India celebrates its 100th year of independence. The vision covers economic growth, creation of jobs, social progress, environmental sustainability, and governance. Key focusing areas are high-speed expressways or highways, electric mobility, and digital payments. It also takes into account 4 major factors that are likely to take center stage by 2050, namely Global South or India and Africa's increasing prominence on the global stage, a world marked by growing affluence, climate crisis, and geopolitical landscape. Other factors, advanced digital technology, innovations that are going to change lifestyles, and global competition for shared resources, say space, ocean, and data. Last February, the Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman announced that a detailed roadmap for Vikasit Bharat will be presented in July 2024 while presenting the Union Budget for 24-25, that is full budget. My closing remarks. I am honored that Dr. B.G. Bhaskara, your honorable principal, taught me income tax law during my final year of undergraduate studies long back and invited me to give this valedictory address. Sir didn't only teach me income tax law, but was also instrumental in inculcating a great interest in the tax laws. Due to his influence, my friends and I used to solve CA final direct tax question papers while in BCom only and compare our solutions with the Hindu Business Line's featured solution published post CA exams. Unfortunately, a few years ago, they have stopped that unique column from publishing. After graduating, I found corporate laws very interesting and worked in the domain for a decade. However, I returned to tax laws eventually, and today, standing in front of all of you as an accomplished tax professional, tax columnist, and preparing for doctoral studies in international taxation. In addition, I would also like to remember 2 great income tax authorities who made my decade of tax journey impeccable. Firstly, late Shri S. Venkatesan, BSc, FCA, BL, Chartered Accountant, and secondly, Shri A. Shankar, BCom, FCA, LLB, Senior Advocate, Karnataka High Court. Late Shri S. Venkatesan, a well-known name in the Chartered Accountant fraternity, inspired this tax pupil to go for an in-depth study in income tax litigation, practice, and research. I am the most fortunate to have spent my precious 5 years with him during his last year. Tomorrow, that is 30th May, is his 4th anniversary actually, and I learned a lot of first-hand income tax litigation and valuable life lessons. He is a most brilliant junior, Shri A. Shankar, Senior Advocate, has around 250 to 280 landmark income tax cases in his pocket. He is a guiding light in my academic and professional endeavors. Shankar Sir is also encouraging hundreds of school students by providing need-based monetary assistance for completing their studies. That way, Sir is keeping his late seniors' words and his legacy forward. Further, remembering the libraries, especially Srimati Meera BJ of Socioeconomic Law College, Rajanagar, RPC City Central Libraries, and British Library for their kind support for all these years. To sum up, in addition to government schemes, initiatives, education institutions like Socioeconomic College, lecturers, professors, academicians, industry leaders, and senior professionals have greater responsibility in preparing the current and future generations for the 5th industrial revolution. With these words, I am sure the international conference will become an annual event for taking stock of the progress, consultation of the best ideas, practices, and suggestions, forwarding them to the policymakers at the state and central governments, and assisting in realizing the dream of a developed India by 2047. With this, I will conclude my answer. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. It was an honor to have you here with us. We have received around 110 plus papers across states, to name a few, from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Kerala, Ahmedabad, Goa, Delhi, and from overseas like Philippines. Thank you for all the participants for participating in our conference. We shall take it further for the presidential remarks. We have with us Sri M.S. Nataraj, Honorary Assistant Secretary of Sheshadripuram Group of Educational Institutions, which caters to the educational needs of over 23,000 students through its 34 schools and colleges from kindergarten to PhD in 4 districts of Karnataka. Sir is a businessman by profession and social activist by passion. He holds degree in science and law. Sri Nataraj is also the honorary treasurer of Karnataka Veerashaiva Vidya Abhivruddhi Nidhi Samsthe, a century-year-old organization working for promotion of education of poor and needy in Karnataka. A keen social activist, he is also the Vice President of Veerashaiva Cooperative Bank, Bengaluru. Sri Nataraj is currently a member on the Executive Committee of Karnataka Veerashaiva Mahasabha. I request Sri M.S. Nataraj, Honorary Assistant Secretary of Sheshadripuram Group of Institutions and Chairman, Governing Council, Sheshadripuram College, to give the presidential remarks. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಲು ಹಾಗೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸಲು ಇಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಈಗ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಾಧಾರಿತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ನಡೆದ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿದೆ ಎಂದು ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಲಿಕೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು, ಬೋಧನಾ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಮಹತ್ವ, ಜೀವನ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಅಂಶಗಳ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ 2 ದಿನ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಮಂಡನೆಯಾದವು. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಸಂಶೋಧಕರು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳು ವೈವಿಧ್ಯದಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿದ್ದವು. ಇಂತಹ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಡೆಯಲಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಏಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗಲಿ ಎಂದು ನಾನು ಹಾರೈಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ವಿನೂತನ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಎಂಬುದು ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support and words of appreciation. Now, I request everyone to turn on your cameras for a group photo. I request all the participants to switch on your cameras.
ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಮಂಜೇಶ್.
Thank you, everyone. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is a completion of thankfulness. Now, I would like to invite Srimati Kavitaji, convener, conference committee, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Reshma ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, Kavitaji, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, on behalf of organizer, I would like to thank our chief guest of today's valedictory session, Mr. Prabhakar K.S., tax professional, founder and CEO, Shri Tax Chambers, for taking his time off his busy schedule and sharing his valuable insights during the session. Thank you, sir. I also extend sincere thanks to our Shri M.S. Nataraj, sir, for presiding over valedictory session. Thank you, sir. I also express gratitude to the management of Sheshadripuram Educational Trust for giving us the opportunity to organize 2-day virtual multidisciplinary conference. Thank you. I thank Professor Rajeshwari T, founder, Promax Foundation, for associating with this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the track chairpersons of various tracks for taking a time to be the part of productive discussions in their busy schedule. Thank you all. I take this opportunity to thank our principal, Dr. B.G. Bhaskara, sir, for his unwavering support to organize this conference. Thank you, sir. I also thank Dr. Bhagavi V.R., Director, Postgraduate Department of Commerce, Dr. Chitra Shashidhar, Director, Postgraduate Department of Management, and Professor Veena M., Coordinator, Postgraduate Department of Computer Applications. I thank all. I thank head of various departments for supporting us. Thank you all. I thank our office superintendent, Ms. Srimati Savita Bai ma'am, for all the support extended. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all teaching and all non-teaching staff for their support. I thank Dr. Priyadarshini ma'am, IQSC coordinator, and my co-convener, Srimati Kritika Raj ma'am, conference committee, Srimati Varshini SK, and Srimati Punima K, organizing secretaries, for making this conference possible. Thank you. I thank conference committee members for their continuous support. Thank you all. I thank all the participants and presenters for joining us and making this event successful. Thank you. Over to you, Reshma ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your heartfelt words of gratitude. To conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge we have gained, the connections we have made, and the inspirations we have found here. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you, everyone.